He's a phenomenal control player.
First.
Dzień dobry. Thank you, Chimba, for your sub. There's a new prelim structure.
He's a
On Magic
phenomenal
Online.
control player.
It's hot in Europe, but the room just got 2 degrees cooler when I turned on the stream. That's how chill Kaneki is.
Thank you, Fencer. I assume it's a compliment, so I will take it happily. So they made it so that the prelims now give... They cost less to enter and they give less play points, but they give more chess, the same amount of chess. So I think it's a good change, given that the play points are valued less now that... given that you need less play points to enter anyway, so you still get 2 entries for 2 extras. So I'll play the Pioneer one in 35 minutes. Will we get any Amulet gaming today? Probably. I am in a modern league with Amulet. An old one. Which I guess I have to finish. I'm 1-2, so maybe not that much pressure, but I guess I can finish it. Let's take a look at modern challenges. Never looked at the deck list. Oh wow, Zerk won with Yawgmoth on Sunday. I need to take a look into the Yawgmoth deck. Again, I think I should play it. The Yawgmoth people who just like play the deck over and over, they kinda do get decent results with the deck. Well of Summer looks like a strong card in the deck. It's kinda funny that there's just one copy and can't fit any more. Because you have to be playing... Oh, I guess there's no useless cards in the sideboard really. That going nice Holy Slash break? No. Not really. I guess yes. Yeah, I guess yes. Yeah, evolution is... It's not always bad against Counterspell when you sacrifice Strangleroot guys, but it can be pretty bad. But that sounds like not the worst idea, although on the other hand, this deck really needs to draw Yawgmoth Tran Physician to function. Yeah, it's all Yawgmoth, so like, it's probably not too bad to have evolution. This is my list from the day before, although with 2 Beast Withins, I guess a bit different. Beast Within, not the biggest fan, but... Boros Kaizon, okay, it's not my list, I take
He's
that
a
back.
phenomenal control player.
Hello Canny, if I am playing do you think DRC or no DRC is better currently?
This is closer to my list. Evolution is pretty much a liability versus the counterspell decks, though. True. But like, yeah, I mean, it is true that just half of your opponents are gonna be playing counterspell. If I'm playing blue-red, do you think DRC or no DRC is better currently? I think it does not make a huge difference. Just think of it this way, you can put it in the middle anyways. So just build your deck normally, then you have some flex slots that you can spend on more spell pierces, spell snares, or on DRCs, or on more balls.
He's
and
a
that's
phenomenal
it. It does not
control
really... Those are not really necessarily two paths that this deck takes. It's just like the same deck with a different card. I think playing a lot of creatures kinda cringe.
He's a phenomenal
Yeah, but you can do
control
that, for
player.
example. Mlex, Nordlicht, X8, and Rudy Root, thank you for the subs. You can do this where you just have your, if you want to run playset of those in Murdered Regions, just add an extra, like, DRC or two. Total 12 creatures. On this. 12 creatures again. I mean 13, but Borrower is kinda not a creature. I don't think playing a lot of creatures is cringe, but I think you should aim for consistency. Well, that's a pretty vague statement though, right? Because aim for consistency. It is nice to have more one-drop proactive plays than just Ragavan against many matchups. But it is also nice not to have too many proactive one-drop plays against other matchups. So it's just like the duality of human experience. But I think wow, what is this? I think it does need not to be viewed as a path that you like choose and go on. You go like, yeah, I'm gonna play 4 DRC, or I'm gonna play, oh yeah, no DRC, and also like two distinctly different builds. Not really. It's just like a card in a deck that consists of mostly good cards. And it's a powerful card, but with downsides, so he's perfectly fine to play lesser amounts than 4 2. Young Dingo went 5 twice with a Mortal listed on Spire and Fable. Sure. I don't think those cards are particularly good, but how is right now in Modern, is that's just how I approach it. I misspoke. Well, still, like, you aim for consistency, but consistency of what, right? You might want to be consistently having a turn 1 removal, and then you want to play more lightning bolts, or you want to consistently have a turn 1 creature, and then you play DRC, right? So it is pretty vague in that sense. Four balls, that's so many balls. You want to consistently win, exactly, but that is pretty obfuscated behind many other factors. Affinity Delta Sanku. 2 Mem Knight, 3 Ursa. I hate those decks, they suck. Especially when built like this. This is just a deck that is just sits there and dies to many decks. For example, against Amulet Titan, you just die. Just play your slow card draw cards and you die. You play your Ursa, you tap your stuff and you die. Against Baron, you probably die too because you're gonna take ages to actually attack and kill your opponent. Table. Also, people are playing Supreme Variant in 4 color. A 22 creature deck with the intention of using it against Murktide Regent. A 12 creature deck, which I don't fully sympathize with. I think it's kinda actually the opposite of you want in many places. Free counter spell, free Ladramis. So Ladramis is so bad in this deck. What do you want your Ladramis for, bro? There's no creature that is exciting to Ladramis. Shouldn't you just play something good instead? Instead of playing a Celestia. I guess it's for the sideboard creatures, but Kataki, wow. I also hate how this Celestian card is that card. Simic card, Gruul card, and white removal on the one. The traffic might be bad, but at least it feels like you're trying instead of admitting you're like shit. I don't know. I played a match with the with Traverse just to try it, and let me tell you, it was turn 6 and I had no delirium, and I don't think you should expect differently too often. So I guess Traverse is pretty terrible too, TBH. The dreams are big with it though. Young Dingo, where is the Pyromancers? I think in a counterspell heavy meta, something like this could be nice for Yogg. 4 endurance. I don't know if endurance is generally that good to play for. But maybe it is. I mean, I guess you're not trying to be generically good, you're trying to be... You're trying to be... good against counterspell. So, I guess you are admitting that. Is there another way to tutor for Yawgmoth, maybe? I mean, you can maybe sideboard evolution and be pre-boarded for Murktide, but even if Murktide is what it is still... It is still... You play against it like a quarter of the time at best. How big of a boost was Ledger Shredder for the Izzet deck, actually? generally meta game wise. Oh, this is it Phoenix and Pioneer? Lol. Because it used not to be that much. For endurance could be nice with the showcase meta is actually 25 Murktide, 25 Living End. True. Shredder overrated. Thank you for your input. This is overrated, but at the same time the deck suffered from having not enough different monsters. Whether it is overrated or not, it's not like... Sometimes the card's effect on the archetype are not even that the card is all that strong by itself. It's more so that it just makes the deck have more sense. Even if you just have 2 copies of the Shredder, suddenly, you know, don't lack creatures. You have like exactly enough creatures that you want, so you can like, you know, you're not forced to play 3 places of creatures with like some subpar ones. Maybe sometimes if you think the 4th DRC, for example, kind of lame. So I don't know if it's overrated. How do you see the living end without grief? I saw a few doing good results lately. There's a player playing it a lot, but I think it is perfectly possible to acquire trophies with a subpar version of a deck. You can do that. But also, it is a subpar version of a deck. People play just 4 Duress, 4 Fotsies in those decks. I don't quite get it. Like, do you actually want 8 Duresses? Maybe it's the plan for the removal spell decks. So just Duress them all the time and then you Grease Fang. Maybe that makes sense. But just 8 is so many. Or maybe just somebody put it together and everybody's copying, but I mean, I don't know. Like this is gonna have 4 Duress too, right? See, yeah, 4 Duress. Like 8 discard. It does make sense to have 8 discard in the sense that you do want for Greasefang to stick. And how else are you guaranteeing that, right? Rotting Regisaur is interesting. Good day, Canister. I hope you had a good week. I did, yes. Thank you. I don't think I ever played with the Embercleave aggro deck. 2 Swift Spear. It is also funny that it just started at 2 Swift Spear and it stays 2 Swift Spear. I mean, 10 1-drops make sense. What's red green? What's this deck? What's Uberg? What's Uberg? Obviously, this mono green splashing Nicol Bolas. Jack-o'-lantern as the mana fixer. Interesting. What kind did you enjoy your week? What did you do? I did not do anything in particular. I did enjoy it though. I could play the Prelum with Rakdos midrange to be on the Rakdos side for once. Thoughts on Belcher putting up decent results again last 2 weeks? I don't think we live in the same reality. Because I did not experience Belcher putting good results again last 2 weeks. But Belcher is a fine deck. When you see Belcher in like the results of a challenge, it is more likely not so that the metagame was perfectly ripe for Belcher and somebody made a 5-head meta call for the modern challenge and knew they're gonna have good matchups. It's probably that just somebody woke up and decided to play Belcher in the tournament and they played it decently and they got a result with it. Of course, to some extent, the metagame things do exist, but mostly it's just like your monkey brain trying to make sense of it all. It's like a bit. It's more chaotic in reality, I think. I think living against a bad FNM deck. Interesting. In Sacrifice, we have Cauldron Familiar. Removals. So many Grixis players. I mean, that is true for your FNM. I don't think it is generically true for FNMs. I think the amount of Grixis across the wall can differ a lot, so I think it's a bit of a weird thing to say. Hazoret and Heroic, interesting. I think I really like the showdown of the cards, like just don't think Hazoret is necessarily better, although it is unkillable by mono. By red black, I think. Right. Epic Downfall. Well, but they're not gonna have it against you. Devote Despair. Just theoretically killable by some bad cards that they should not really have, but they could have. Sean McLaren. There is always Dean around. Ooh, 13th place canister. You own this red deck in paper? No, I don't. Oh, what's Uberege? Is it possibly a new build of some kind of a funny 4-color deck? Oh yeah, it is. Nicol Bolas and Mono Green. Ulvenwald Oddity. Interesting. That seems kind of plainly just bad. I think. I mean, there's a payoff for Nictus. Still living and still on Discord best list. It is still is. I would play still, yeah. Is it the best list? Well, that is, I guess, a more open-ended question. Yon Sacrificio with Corvot. This is just a standard Pioneer Historic Explorer and something else deck. Only 3 cards and then 4 Daily Dispute. That seems wrong. You saw Slipknot live last week. How was it? Was there the clown pounding a barrel, metal barrel? Oh, did he die? Was that the guy that died from Slipknot? I think someone died from Slipknot some years ago. So maybe it was the clown man. I am a man. I am a man.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Hello Canister, thank you stream yay.
Shadows Wedding and Giganta. The Giganta is in the sideboard to be brought when you board out Shadow's Verdict. Well, brought. To be set as a dex companion when you cast Shadow's Verdict. It's the only card that interferes. And no Tolshimirs, I guess, like Tolshimir and Shadow's Verdict versus aggro decks, right? This is mostly the same decks. And then versus Rescue of Giganta. Have I played Grinding Breach recently? I haven't really. Thank you for the sub. I think mostly it is a weak Merktide deck, but I haven't played it recently. Going to join the Pioneer Preliminary with Mono Red. It looks fun, but I'm not convinced about its strength, but it does look fun. Yeah, it does look fun. It is kind of weak to everything. At the same time, it also has many angles of attack, so maybe it's fine to be weak to everything. But not the biggest fan of it personally. There should be a companion if you only play monocolored cards. You should have access to a companion. Only if you play colorless cards exclusively, then you should have no companion ever. Chat, did you know that Edron in French means shit? There should be a companion for when your deck is a sweet brew, exactly. Great morning music. Remember that you can request songs to a chat. Otherwise, it is gonna be like that. I'm not a big fan of Emissary in this deck, as the synergy with Eidolon is questionable. Yeah, it's not so good. I think a different card maybe would be better. Because you can play Bone Crusher off of it. Cemetery Gatekeeper. That guy doesn't seem good. But I think either like Eidolon and Bearing 3 emissary together seems no good. You have 6 minutes to build a list and join the prelim, so ooh, Bloodthirsty Adversary. Are there any spells in this deck though? Not really. So maybe Robber of the Rich is better. Steam Keen? Probably want a haste there. So it's either Robber or Adversary. Any other robbers? Demigod. I mean, the upside from Robber seems small. I'm gonna play Bloodthirsty Adversary. Even if there is just a few burn spells, it just seems like a bit of a better upside. Because what is stealing out of blue-white? Then Passport gets better with more removal. But just to be able to play Monster Haster, Papa. If the haste comes from sending card to come over a mystery, I don't think it is. I mean, Reckless Bushwalker. I think it's a bit tough. It doesn't work that well in the deck in general. Well, there's Shaker Kenra. Maybe better. What I cut? I think Kenra maybe is also not too bad, honestly. Because it does have upsides too. Where do you stand on if red black is bad or not? It's pretty clearly a good deck, a strong deck. Kenra seems similar to adversary. Yeah, I can have two Kenra to adversary if I have Kenras on my account. If not, then I play. I don't have the Kenras. So let's join the prelim. But yeah, red black bad is a meme, which is kind of funny because the deck looks cumbersome and it kind of is cumbersome, but also it, you know, pretty obviously performs well and has decently strong cards, and even if none in particular stands out, then it's hard to argue with the deck being powerful. Embercleave, red, and Pioneer Parallel. Let's go. I'll sell all the mysteries. No full art Anax. I don't think it's on model, but maybe it is, and then I'm spewing. Spewing. Yeah, no time to fix that. Too bad. Too bad, I guess. Oh, I gotta buy. Yay, 1-0, bros. All the mountains are mismatched, yeah. One of them is even snow. So if I gotta buy, can I just like use that time to switch my deck list artworks? Unfortunately, I can't. Okay, so in the meantime, we're going to finish my Modern League with Amulet Titan. Amulet Titan, where I'm 1-2, so it's gonna be a good experience. 1-2 in matches, 5-5 in games. Interesting. Actual good music on Kani stream Pepe Jam. O ty mordo, uważaj, bo dostaniesz bana. I will simply draw a bounce land, and if not, I guess I'll map for a bounce land, so. That works. Heh. Or I guess I'll draw the bounce land as I said. Can't necessarily, you need
He's
to
a
play hand
phenomenal
where you
control
need to
player.
play Slayer Strangle,
My
otherwise you will
boss
not
calls
win.
me the computer. Nothing to do with my intelligence. I go to sleep after 15 minutes if left unattended.
Funny. Funny, but also true. Thank you for the sub. Can I get Mr. Beast here? 2 bounce lands, 10 bounce land US, and I have was what 3 lands in play. But I don't have guaranteed haste, and or I'll just kill. Because Mr. B seems to be not a guaranteed kill. Guess I won't kill from this spot. I'm missing 2 cards against Tron still somehow. You can have the hole, it's not the least useful. Or maybe you can have Embercleave Promise, and it's also not the least useful ever. It is kinda not good for the most part, but it's probably better than the hole. Maybe not. I mean, hole, they say land, but I already have 32 lands. Albus Edge is more so like a spell, kinda. Okay, what would be better, this or hole? I guess neither. Backbreaker. Backbreaker. Put move to 3. I like when they go wee 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 with their guitars. It's 61 card mindboard because the island is really important. Well, if I want to play Krasis main deck, then the island is important, but if you don't, then you don't need to play the island main deck. But it is 14 cards in the sideboard, so you board down, yeah. Exactly that. But if otherwise your whatever card you have in the sideboard, that would be in the main deck. Changes place, it does make a difference, right? It makes difference to have access to Woodruka Book and Radiant Fountain main deck. I think more so than to have them in the sideboard. I assume this is 2 towers because they just stacked, so. Crack Sakura. Okay, I concede. But I think if I were to play a future league of this Amulet list, I would play it like this. And I would play 60 cards. Because if I move the island to sideboard, everything fits in the mana base. Just kinda missing a fetch, but fetch with Sakura is a bit redundant too, unfortunately. 2 more explorers to have early game moves. Send is not quite good. Although if I go Castle, Garenbrig, turn 2 Saga, turn 3 Construct, turn 4 Titan, the play. I'm missing a second green, so that doesn't actually works. Doesn't actually works. Nice language, bro. Question is if the castle is even like worth to play any. Probably is, but okay, simpler. Bog breaker. If I try Titan, I can cast a Titan the next turn. Nice throw. I can't haste, but I can keep a Boseiju. I mean, has to be worth it. Bounce the castle, have two Urf in play. Bounce lands, number 2. Boseiju, I have no boss in play. Yeah, I mean, it has to be pretty good. Azusa Lost But Seeking. Whenever I packed for Azusa Lost But Seeking, I always think of Azusa Lost But Seeking, the evolution of Goldeen. Especially since a long time ago there was a meme where people just posted the words fuck yeah seeking and just like seeking, doing stuff. You know, I guess Bowser should be in my hand. Can pay for it with the pact and sacrifice a Sega, that works too. Next turn I can Mr. Beast. Did I have a nice holiday? I did, yeah. Guess. Found this altar. Exactly. What is this, Legos? Azusa lost but seeking, and it's... She's lost but she's a seeking. And I remember memes like that where it's like fuck yeah seeking and just like seeking.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Doing some cataclysmic level stuff. Cool misprinted lens with no holo stamp. I don't think they don't have a holo stamp, right? Because they're commons, but they have a frame that allows for a holo stamp, so I'm not sure they're misprinted actually. Okay, so IRL they don't do that, but on Modo this frame just has the hole for the holo stamp, but they're uncommons, I guess, not commons. So this not shouldn't be like that. Night of Fire. I have 5 lands in hand, can play just... I can play Cultivator Seeking pre-combat. Night of Fire. I play 7 mana 2/2. What do it let you do? Maybe put 4 insect tokens with death touch and flying onto the battlefield. Actually, no, it will do a different thing. But you're close. Night of Fire. I think we win the game of Magic. Yeah, Mr. Beast is so based. Small amounts just lets you do stuff. That is very nice. I don't think it actually matters to have blue here. Well, I mean, I guess it's not really that much of a secret. Just the worry would be Lavinia a bit, but only a bit. There's Crumbling Vestige in this list still. Maybe I'll cut Sakuras. Just, yeah, I guess. It's not super. And against Amulet, I guess Hammer, the normal plan just works extremely well. Because they can't control Titans. Except for with their puny mana leaks, which for that reason let's keep the Caverns, 33 lands, but Boseju kinda like a spell. Often. That said, I kinda don't like Vigor. Seems kinda non-super to me. Because it is a 30 something land deck, like how do you have the cards to pitch for it? Haven't played in a long time. How much does Colossus change the deck's win con? Seems a lot easier to play. It is easier, yeah. I mean, I don't know, maybe it is easier. It does change the... It is helpful to have one. It does help in spots, and it makes it easier to kill from one amulet, or it makes super easy to kill with handwear. And also makes it easy to not need to play Slayer Strangle Double Strike.
He's a
For the most
phenomenal
part.
control player.
Just a big
Here's my
effect.
monthly financial compensation for the stuff I spam in chat.
Thank you very much. Wait, why are you paying me if that's the compensation? Doesn't make sense. I'll need to use Vigor. I play the Dryad. Do I still run the Porous Activation Lens? I don't. Many people do, but I don't. Colossus being one of the reasons. Although I was not playing it even before Colossus because I think the Boros Lens kinda sucked for a long time. Let's go Giants. They don't seem to be playing the White Splash really. Which viable modern deck do you consider the easiest to play well? I don't know. I think all decks are a bit tough. I think Magic is a bit tough. It's not so easy. Arenas. Maybe Arenas. Maybe it's Arenas and Living End because they're super powerful. But there's obviously trickery in that still. Yeah, I guess the Cascade decks are probably like the easiest, I guess, but of course they are also not flat, no skill involved type gaming decks. Another Ink Moth, which is outrageous. Okay, Vigor was actually useful. Simulate package arrived for you, what do you mean? Maybe I get map. I think I get map. Just Valak with Dryads. Would I like to open a package? I would, yeah. I was thinking about doing that Udaya, but ended up not doing so. I let them flash it in and draw. Probably should have dismembered the Tite Paladin. Probably not. I guess response to a hammer. Targeting a thing seems more relevant. Check small talk. What is this? Again. Not Tadeso Shitu again. Sure. Linkball Nexus, Flying Trample, Lifelink Trample. If a creature has Infect and Lifelink, it should just... remove poison from you instead. For what line is the Crumbling Vestige useful? When you... When you would like to... When you have an Amulet out and you Titan and you would like to follow up with a Dryad without losing land drops, sometimes my Crumbling Vestige is a land that processes 2 mana that can play the Dryad without setting you back a land like a bounce land does. But it's pretty fringe. Sometimes it also like fetches you a red mana if you have a hand where battlements too. So you can actually haste your Titan if you have a battlements out without the land, but it's kind of fringe and I like play it, sometimes cut it. It's not super good. But it's also an untapped land that produces mana, which is valuable in general. So like I guess it is sometimes in the air, if up in the air if it should be, if it's better than a bounce land number 10 or not. Do I happen to know any of my constructed league win rates? I do not know. A canister, do you think mono green is firmly tier 2 or is it not posting results because of the online formats? Mono green and Pioneer? I think it's not the best deck in Pioneer for sure, and I think it does have pretty significant downsides. So, is it because of the online format? I don't know. I think it's just because of the format. Okay, so what Titan list am I currently playing? It should be on my stream deck here. Although no, that's the main deck, as my main deck is a deck that I haven't played a game with yet, which is the Pioneer Prelim deck. Greetings. I would like to speak to the person in charge of this chat, sure. Why are you not playing a base Commodore Pioneer? Which one? I'd like to ask why Milady is enabled. Send me a link, I will enable it, bro. Simple as that, always has been like this. Oh, let's just not spend my dismember first. That's like a way to die. They have some sneaky hammers and they 6 poison, that's nothing still. Okay, they die. Mono G. I don't know if Mono G is a base deck. Honestly, I think it kinda is not. Given the I think Mono Green is a powerful deck, but it's also fragile. And people just play decks that kinda good against you, the heroic deck, etc. We should emote something. Well, do you think send me a link to it on 7TV, I will enable it. If it's not a real emote code and you're just pulling my leg, then good one. I think I would also like to try Amulet. Tracheronis again. I play League of Ignitus. I did. It seemed pretty playable. It was actually pretty good. Then we have an empty slot. Why you muted, lol? I'm not muted. Or a Twitch chatter, I guess. It is pretty weird. You can put watching without audio and then like someone has this icon and then responds to what you just said, and it really makes you think. How much dono for you to play Yorion deck? Depends on which format. I take $25 for a normal donation, so I guess Yorion is 80 cards, should be an $80 donation if you want me to play 4-color in Modern. That would make sense. Oh, next round in the prelim. After we got our bye, we can win the entirety of the prelim. Enjoy, so enjoy. Last match was a real nail biter. I'm excited to see how this one turns out. Me too. You bring in Thailand versus Merktide. I would try doing so, and then I would observe the results. Yesterday I was wondering about building an Absan deck in Pioneer, similar to Rakdos but with better removal. What cards should I run? I was thinking of maybe an Offense and Emperor. Well, that is a weird place you're starting from, right? Because you'd think that you'd start thinking of, if you're trying to build a mid-range deck, you'd start from some good cards that you want to run, and then building decks from there with the colors of those cards, rather than to think of colors and then be like, shit, what do I actually play in those colors, right? So you say Abzan has better removal. You still have access to push, but what is the better removal? You get Abrupt Decay, which is nice against some effects. And you get what else? I'm not sure what exactly. Vanishing Verse, yeah, Vanishing Verse is pretty okay. But it doesn't even, well, it is probably better than Dreadbore, but it does not seem vastly better than Dreadbore. Not to mention the fact that a 3-color mana base in Pioneer is definitely a cost. You have a plan making Amulet Primer and Cyborg plan. I made a video about Amulet Titan Breach version back then, a year ago, which you might want to watch. But I might make another one, yeah. I was thinking of that. Some refreshed info that actually is up to date. Can watch this. Hey guys, how are you doing? How are you doing, Terasic? How is life? Actually, pretty good question, probably. I have too many options right now. I think I want to try Grimflayer, Chariot, and... Damn, and what? Grimflayer is interesting, although it is a creature that is embarrassing against Stomp on turn 2, so it's a bit of a problem. I think that's a bit of a big problem, TBH. Mystery kind of awkward here. Some mana absent that but with 2 different fast lands. Well, it is still 3 colors, right? Which makes it much harder to have proper amounts of sources for each color. And besides the fast lands, there's also different lands, right? And then if you play the Triumph, it's also super tapped, right? So, you know, you don't think about it often in Modern, that 3-color decks actually have a real cost, because in Modern, you just get to play an infinite amount of 3-color lands, the fetch lands, right? So they serve as your sources of everything. And that's not the case in Pioneer, because either you play the Triumphs or all of your lands are just too color producing at best, which becomes a bit tough, a bit quickly. But it's pretty possible. Yeah, you also lose the, like, you know, that, see, look at the difference between red, black, and free color. In free color, you will barely put together your mana base, and in red, black, you get to play like what, 4 mana lands, which are pretty great. I'm an Amulet player myself. Never tried this build before with Steve and Hydroid. Do I think it's the best version? I don't think it's the best version necessarily. I do think it is a version that presents a sensible plan against red blue, blue red, which many decks failed before. Yeah, 4 manas, 2 channels, and castle. Like the castle, I think is questionable, but people run it. I think I'm dead this game. But you do get a significant amount of value in your mana base, on top of it being just better too. And that is an allied pair too, which is the worst one. Relative to the other non-cascade modern combo decks, how resilient / good at playing through hate is Amulet? Relative to other non-cascade modern combo decks? Amulet, well, people have hate versus you, it's tough. If your Solace being that is fairly specific hate, those tokens are colorless, right? So they don't work with Torbran. And that's my hope. Torbran attack for whatever and not die and kill them. If they have another H and I'm just dead, that's fine. Oh, they take it, nice. So it's not like they will have enough damage to kill me with the Arcanist. Yeah, God's willing to scry. Chooses red. I think Vent is not too bad actually. Shambling Vent seems like a pretty good manland TBH, so. So you want to be playing green cards and black cards and also just absent, but maybe try building an Orzhov deck first and see if you can construct that in a way that makes sense. Escape velocity, that does not seem to kill me, does it? Raz, dwa, trzy, 6, they trample it. I might need to block. Because you say you have too many cards in Abzan, right? So maybe just try a 2-color version of different color. But also make sure that you actually get out of white something that's really worth it. Because otherwise, like, kinda better to play red, maybe. I'm not sure what white midrange cards in Pioneer. The Emperor, but the Emperor is a control card more so than... Okay, so this is +2 damage on everything, right? So I play this, they take raz, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, so they die. So actually a win. Well, the Fenza might be good, right? But it's also a vanilla creature, right? It's like power. It's you pay mana, you get power and toughness. That's all you get from Mana Fenza. Which is typically... What's the wording on Offensa? If a non-token creature opponent owns would die, or a creature card not on the battlefield will be put into an opponent's graveyard, exile that card instead. Okay, so it's not really a blank. But it does not even seem, it doesn't even seem immediately better than Graveyard Trespasser, right? With Graveyard Trespasser, I think, being a pretty great card for the Phoenix matchup. At least whenever I play Phoenix and somebody played that card against me, I cringed and died. Probably worth it to have plenty of removal in the matchup. Although some of my removal doesn't hit everything. It's the thing, I'm also running Trespasser. With one offensive, there's a little bit of a anti-synergy, I would say. Falcon Firebrand seems okay. The 2-drop has 1 toughness. Cares, 3-drop creatures don't seem really meaningful. Lava Coil. Lava Coil is 2 mana sorcery, I just don't want it. So I have Red Cap Melees and Rending Volleys over maybe just the adversaries, maybe the BTEs on the draw. I guess this card gets better. Yeah, probably just got BTE. Maybe got a Embercleave on the draw. I don't need to draw multiples against their deck. So, well, I have more removal and less creatures. They have many red creatures. I don't want pre-rending volleys, so many of the creatures are non-white. I mean, maybe an offense is okay, but I think if looking at Anaffensa and Fable of the Mirror Breaker, I would say that Fable of the Mirror Breaker seems like a better constructed card. Do I really believe in the Cleave? I don't know. They have 10 of the bugbear, so do they sideboard in the Shroudowns? Makes sense. I guess they have removal. Or maybe they just played main deck. Oh no. It has 3 toughness, I can't beat it. Can't kill it now. And vigilance. Not good. Yeah, I get to play Blood Baron. Sure. For the mirror. Checkmate. Well, I mean the staff. But I guess. Just confidently play it. Okay. I mean, sure, give yourself the protection. Protection from red. Prowess 4, 5 damage. Vigilance. Good thing I have the Embercleave, because otherwise I would never punch through this monster. Maybe play the Bonk Rusher. I need the Bonk Rusher to wield the Embercleave, I think. Oh, having vigilance is unfair. Homestead courage. Come on, fiend, I'll carve you up like a harvested ham. Damn. Come on, fiend. I'll show you. At least it is not lifelink. True. Giganta grabbing, good. You're supposed to block. Shoot. Pretty tough. Maybe I want to trade the Bone Crusher. Maybe I want to offer the trade. They don't have the Giganta, and that's a big problem too. But like, maybe they won't take the trade, I think. It's probably do attack. Like, yeah, just take it. They have protection, then they will just kill me. If not, then I just might be make it closer to for me to win. Got cringing. So on the play, I care for the removals less. So I think I want all the emissaries and Embercleave on the play. And I want less removal, but what removal do I want? I think it is not play with fire. That removal seems rather weak. And lightning strike goes Fatse. That can melee kills some other stuff. And lightning volley mostly kills the 2 mana 1/1, which they might even board out. So let's do it this way, I think. On the play. The play just playing Anax and Embercleave it. What they're gonna do, kill my creature? Keep. I mean, hard to mulligan a hand like this, but might be keep and lose. Embercleave. Okay, now just need to hit land drops. Hop. Tough. Land. Kurwa mać. I mean, I can't melee that. Maybe I could have attacked and then stomped, but that's also bad. Destroy land now for the Anax. Jak Almet the... A ona wielki ma tyłek. Pod napleta, ja pierdolę. Oh. You're free. I can also red cap melee this. Attack for free. Play Karizev. Next turn Embercleave. You have 11, 6, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Not enough. No kurwa mać. Nie ma dobrych playów. Really won't block. I think them not blocking is an out. Don't have a great reason not to block, but cholera. It's not quite getting there. So I need to chump block this somehow next turn. Yay! Can use spell. Okay, now one drop. Do I want to chamlog with Bone Crusher or Karizev? I think I want to be able to play many creatures in one turn, for which it is easier to do if Karizev kept in my hand. Well, I am dead to God's willing, I know that, but I'm trying to beat the remaining range of my opponent's cards. Which could be, I don't know what exactly, but... God's willing, attack. Ancestral Anger is not it. I mean, not dead yet. Not dead yet. So we lose it, do this IRL. Seems a bit tough. They make a creature that is unkillable. They also point out some removal, which, well, they do in their deck. Enough to interrupt the Embercleave. So that seems like a bad matchup for the mono red deck. Just like a Hoplet and a combat trick on it, and pow, you can beat it. It's easy in hindsight, but maybe game 2 we could have killed a Swiftspear in our turn. Well, they had mana ups, they would have protected still. So I don't think it's actually, well, I don't think it changes the outcome, and it actually makes the situation a bit, it's similar, but a bit worse for me, I think, because they are untapped. They tapped out at one point. Well, they just had one red, and I guess for red
He's
you
a
can't...
phenomenal control player.
Yeah, I guess
Joel.
Reckless Rage deals damage to a Swift Spear, so I can't save it. In that case, you're right. Could have done that. Yeah, because for red they don't have instants, that's true. I didn't process that too well, I think. Good point. Red mana can't save the creature, it's just white mana. So, I agree with you. Yeah, but they can't go plus toughness anyways. If I kill a Swift Spear and they wouldn't have another creature, which they seem not to have, then we would win easily. So you're right. Then they even had Rage for my Demigod, which they were able to utilize. Interesting. Thank you for pointing that out. And now, while waiting for the next prelim round, we can join league with Amulet trackers and try trackers in a similar vein to Krasis and see if that functions. Because I became curious about that actually. Show deck, please, Mr. Streamer. I think Krasis would be better. Yes. I mean, I played with Krasis so far. I know I like Krasis versus Blue-Red. But I wanted to check if maybe Trackeroni. How are new prelim price compared to previous ones? They're better, I think, because they cost less to enter, and you get less play points, but you will use the play points to enter the new ones anyways. I can't think of situations where Tracker would be better. Well, if you can play the Tracker earlier, before having mana to play the Krasis, then it seems pretty attractive. Or when you can double spell, etc. So I think it's pretty easy to conceive. Just like we would want to be able to board down on pacts and have an alternate threats, and Tracker is a bit of a weird jump 1 versus lightning bolts. This 2 sagas probably keep. Spear Bluff. Ragavan Nimble Pilferer. It's always a bit... I don't know, it makes me feel guilty when I am on the play and I play turn 1 Ragavan against an opponent and just like, yeah, yes, cool, bro. Don't you have that feeling, or are you more so excited when you have a turn 1? Because it's also mixed with excitement, like in a way it's excitement, yeah, I have a turn 1 Ragavan, maybe it's gonna hit, I'm probably gonna win, it's based. And in some other way, it's like, yeah, I guess I'm ruining it for my bro over here, playing games. It's sure here, but getting the beast, I don't know, like this is a card that would get countered probably. right now, and I think it does make a difference. On turn 3, it's fine. On turn 2 is more so. Or you mean just in general, like the normal iteration cast? Yeah. I mean, if I top deck it, it's kinda is a bit like that maybe, but of course that's scrap thinking. That's not like alpha male thinking. It's some beta bitch thinking. Whether you're not thinking about winning, but about some miscellaneous things. How do you feel when top decking a good card? Yeah, conflicted. No, I feel well. I mean, depends. I feel like justice has been served typically, actually. I think map for Valakut might be a thing, but it's not super great. Big versus Merc Krasis a lot more base and tracker. Yeah, probably. You don't disagree. In fact, I think I agree. I did lose as Vocalo versus tracker a surprising amount of times. O no, jeszcze Sakurę ma. I don't know. They almost have Delirium too, missing a creature. Oh, I don't think the Valakut does anything for me. You're not playing Sakura, I don't know what the holding. It's pretty weird to me. Archmage's Charm, steal a construct, let's go. What's the purpose of Vesuva? To copy Radiant Fountain. That was an extremely sad game. Nothing really happened. On my end. Let's go TLS tracker. Start the game at 8 live. I have 4 Golgari rot farms, so it's fine. Nice music. Songbot broke? Question mark. Only watch for the music. I don't really enjoy the gameplay. Yeah, me neither, bro. Turn one Dragavan. Bro, what the fuck? How do you have turn one Ragavan twice? It's 40% to happen. If you don't move. Well, per 7 cards drawn, it's 40% to happen. I made them spew bolts. I've been playing lots of Legacy and Modern recently, and I believe Ragavan makes the formats better. More so in Modern. It's an easy to cheap creature that is incentivized playing interactive spells and leads to interactive games. Getting hit once or twice isn't game over. I forgot the key line, the most important line in the entire thing, obviously. Let's see what's right about that TBH. There I said it, sure. Did you cut the basic island from the list? I did cut Hydroid Krasis, so there is no more purpose for the basic island. So the answer would be yes. What the hell? Why are you unholy heating the Sakurai? No Krasis? We're playing a league with trackers for science instead of Krasis. Approximately half of my games I get hit by Ragavan once, I immediately lose on the spot. Yeah. True. Just use the heat on Sakura? What the fuck, bro? What are you, stupid? Tracker later in the game is actually not so good. Because like right now if I top deck a tracker, it's not even effective. So I kinda don't like that. Shattering Spree, yeah, sure. That's what the matchup is about. One game left in the prelim. Well, I'm waiting eagerly. Blood Moon, let's go. Casting something that's 3 mana, yeah. Okay, so I lose anyways because Blood Moon. No, they have 1 island, I don't lose. They don't have Delirium, so I get to attack. Raz, 2, 3, 4, 5. And a tracker would be actually pretty great here. Okay, I wouldn't get to attack, but they do attack me, so I guess that's good for me. Okay.
He's a phenomenal control player.
No point in putting any of those lands in play. Explain the weird interaction with Dread. As you saying, explore, please. I can't remember the correct one. I assume by the weird interaction you mean the fact that the land drops you've got per turn. Also, attacking the shadow here is so bad. Just trade for my Titan. I will not be able to win, bro. Keep the DRC and you're gonna be golden. But you're like, no, I guess. Your land drops are a pool that expands as you play actual land drops effects. So then if you remove the dryads that say you can play 1 more extra land every turn, then your pool of available land drops per turn shrinks. And so, for example, you control a dryad. You start the turn with a dryad. You play land, and then you play a second land. Then you play an explorer. Had explore resolved, you could play an extra land this turn, a third land. But if your opponent kills the dryad and respawns, your pool of extra land drops per turn shrinks to 1. So then gets expanded to, excuse me, your pool of extra land drops per turn shrinks to 0. Then explore resolves and goes back to 1, and you already played 1 extra land, so by which we mean 2 lands total, so you can't play anymore. So you need to cast explore first. Well, it's the same. You can just play X amount of lands per turn, which is expanded by whatever. What this player is doing? That's a good question. I don't think it's even worth killing the Boseiju. I mean, if I use Boseiju, I can play if I can pact for a threat, but it's likely to get countered. Wow. I'm not even sure if that's good to kill it. Probably is. How's the prelim? Seems like a keep. Play against Jorion. A no banless modern tournament would be really nice to have a new and explored content. True. I mean, I don't know. Is new unexplored content what is interesting, or is explored content what's interesting? Okay, just said nothing. Organize it, damn. Yeah, I was supposed to do that, but I will at some point. This looks so much worse with Trackers than does with Krasis. Trackers not really a game-winning scale threat. Unless it has been on the battlefield for 3 turns already, which is, you know, sometimes it won't. March of Otherworldly Light puts in hand, sure. Torbjorn seems like an extremely poor card against blue-white. Like they had Dawn and Cancel, two options that did seemingly the same thing. This is a keep. Kinda. Maybe there needs a bounce land. Small again. Don't scratch. How has Bloodthirst failed over Eidolon? Unremarkable so far. Wow, 3 out of 3, bro. Impressive Ragavaning skills. Impressive, truly. Can cast my hand next turn. Assuming no counterspell on Amulet of Vigor. Or no Blood Moon, I guess. Let's go with this though. And Holy Heat my Grazer, okay. Of Wandering Emperor? Probably do. It's no good counterplay versus anything in my hand currently, so I guess I'll just attack. Jeden, dwa, trzy, cztery. Okay, 7/7 dragons. So I die to it in 2 turns anyway, so nothing really matters. I have 69 cards in the deck, which is funny, but I don't think there is better place than just to play the Bone Crusher and hope. To śmierdzisz bułka. Oops. I flinched. If I draw a tracker here, it will be useless. A Krasis would be only somewhat useful to give me the life. I see this card is a little bit unfair. But also Expressive Iteration is unfair. They have so many unfair cards in their deck. It's insane. All of them, like, one better than the other. Yeah, this will get a Titan, right? Haha. Oh, well, look. Destroyed. Nothing mattered. I deal 5 damage. Wait! First I will Omen of the Sea. I think playing an extra Bone Crusher seems weak, because there is also probably Farewell in their deck. And I also wouldn't want to get hit on by Absorb on the Lightning Strike, so not playing it for the prowess trigger. Interesting. I have cards that cost mana in my hands. I guess I will strike and also the manland. Farewell. Exile all artifacts, creatures, enchantments, and graveyards. Sure, why not exile here over the sea? Wait, what the hell? Why did it have all the modes highlighted? But not actually happen? Clueless. So maybe to stomp them. No, because I got lucky in Druid land. Actually, still better with this stomp. Hey, Manland activation. TBH. Do I think iteration or Ragavan is better? Personally, I think a card selection guaranteed 2 for 1 from iteration makes it better. There is no way to work by format around iteration either. I don't know. It's also kind of meaningless, but I think Ragavan is unfair and iteration is unfair. Madland loses to Wanderer. Well, they had no Wanderer. For the earlier turns. They had a few draw steps to find it, but... I guess play the monster because it's gonna be bad in my hands later too. When it's better against Wanderer, it's bad against counter spell, especially Absorb. To do this over activating this though. Yeah, I should have went with my god. I knew better. Shouldn't have listened to each other. Oh, loses to Wanderer, bro. You can't lose to Wanderer. But no, I got scared. Maybe they have a Wanderer anyways and nothing ever matters. Raz, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe they had a Shark Typhoon for an efficient exchange anyways or something. Who knows? Pay costs, what the hell? Okay. Known for my excellent timing. I guess you want to see if you would draw them mile and exiling. Effects before it gets to attack. Okay, friend, you won. Embercleave seems vastly not good. But looking at my sideboard, I don't have sideboard cards for the matchup. Which I guess means I'll keep 2 Embercleave and just don't draw multiples. But Raining Void doesn't do shit. I add 3 drops and cut burn spells. Yeah, it's a Ferocity over Embercleave. I mean, like, 3 drops is not a good rate card against blue-white. And this one especially. Although, like, Ferocity blocking the life gains kinda done nothing. Let's keep the black one in the deck. Nie gryź. Channel roller kills Wanderer cost combat. Yeah, I guess maybe it's good. Maybe it's fine. Fine over a shock. TBH after listening, hearing out your strong arguments and seeing the strike now. I mean, strike 3 damage seems like it's gonna kill my opponent extremely easily, so. Seems better to play Arcumano. And Fanatical Firebrand. Next turn play the Bloodthirsty Adversary. This is a pretty quick hand. Can play around a sensor effect. Just attack for 6. Seems fine. Next turn lethal with the strike. Wham wench. Go then. All cards should cost at least 2. I think that would be interesting. I'll keep strike. I'll keep 1 strike. It's just so many free drops, 12 free drops, but I guess. Are you guys excited for standard showcases next season? Honestly, better than Popper. Just mono free drops. I'll just draw. Like if I mulligan, I'm gonna lose 2 on the spot, so let's just keep this and draw 1 drop, 2 drop. Then I can keep casting free mana, free cost cards. Popper meta is lame right now. No, it's just in general. I don't think right now makes sense to say in this context. Play Ferocidon because Anax is the best to overcome it with into a sweeper then. Okay, doesn't matter. I mean, that matters still. This for after the Wandering Emperor. This because of Stomp. I guess I also have second Ferocidon too, so it makes it also easier. Bro, why you counter everything? I guess you only have 3 cards in hand. It's so flying and fly to Chinatown. Paskudo ty. Censor me, bro. Opponent's on 23 on turn 5, but they also have no cards, so I just grounded them out. Fly to Chinatown. Next and farewell. No. What no? Big deal. What the fuck? What? Well, Pascal command kills Wanderer, but there's also... What the fuck? What's this? This is normal? I think I've seen Nassif play this. It might be normal. Lyra Dawnbringer. Kurwa super, fajnie masz. Lyra Dawnbringer. Cool. Good against Sack. How is Cycle the Wreckage good against Sack? What? Against Heroic. It's pretty good against Heroic, probably. To an extent. Regret attack? I regret nothing. I had no idea this is in their deck. So I was surprised. But I mean, it would be... Could not attack if I thought about it, or if I knew. If it was face up, I would attack with just half of my creatures.
He's a phenomenal control player.
EQ Valbab.
Found Wandering Emperor. Bro, do you understand a simple thing like that? Dawns? It's the opposite of do. Kuburek, dziękuję za subskrypcję. Nobody's gonna use this emote ever, but I can add it. No, I mean I couldn't have not attacked them to settle because they have Wandering Emperor in their decks. I guess the Wandering Emperor makes the settle pretty decent because it's different incentives. One, two. So in that way, settle makes sense. No, obviously the attack was fine because no one plays settle. I guess they maybe do, but let's check actually. But as I said, that like Wandering Emperor incentive is to attack with lots of monsters at the same time. You can maybe skip an attack with a single one. This is the opposite. Kotek, zasłaniasz mi wszystko. Settle, settle, settle. Yeah, so this is not even normal. Which makes it better. Alright, I'll feed the cats, so I'll be back for the next round, but the prelim went downhill after the first round bye. Been away for hours and the round is still not finished. Let's go, Anax. Harden the Forge. Mana value free. Rarity lower than common. Older than this. Alright, no dread. Not creature. Not demigod. Urza's Incubator. Let's go. I know the card. But it has no subtype. It is a common. Older than this. I don't know if divination is older than this. I don't think it is. Dark Banishing. Rarity common. Instant, not. But typeless. So sorcery. From between 95 and 99. Non-black. Bros, I don't know the cards from this old and like especially commons. What the hell? 3 mana sorcery, white, green, blue. Most likely. Common. Yawgmoth's Will doesn't fit on multiple criterias. How is Embercleave Red so far? Just joined. Poorly. Got a buy and lost 2 rounds in the prelim. Case. Bounty. Sure. I'm just gonna type the names because I never heard of Gaze Bounty or Dream Cache. Wow, did you know? Never seen this. Draw 3, choose 2 from your hand, put on the either on the top or bottom. Wow, so it's super brainstorm. How the fuck do you know this? Yeah, do you Google? The common icon being a black square always makes you think the thing is black. Yeah, it's an easy mistake to make. Dream Cache. I played in a Narset EDH deck a long time ago. Why? I'm not ashamed to say I once scribbled all the gay cards. I'll do it now too. Whoa, that's a decent amount. Child of Gay. Pay GG or sacrifice Child of Gay. 2 mana, regenerate Child of Gay. Can you not pay and then you sacrifice and then you regenerate it and then this doesn't get sacrificed? Kinda ironic. Okay, send them. Creatures you control get +1/+1. Start play Planar Chaos card. Nice. Green Anthem, Blasphemous. Gaia's Avenger, 3 Folk. Power and toughness are each equal to 1 plus the number of artifacts your opponents control. This sounds great in EDH. Everybody plays a Sol Ring, and then if you play 100 free for all game, this is a 101/101. The stars below are the numbers of artifacts opponent has in play. Who's Gaia? Gaia is a... What this guy is? Cast a spell, sacrifice 5 lands. Search for a land card of each basic land type, put it on the bottom to play. 5 fucking lands. I guess untapped at least, so it's free. But it just seems pretty risky card to play when it sacrifices your lands. Gaze Embrace. What's happening on the artwork? Some kind of a druid in a treefolk mech pulling a leg off of a mech. Red and 6 question mark. What's your question exactly? What was it like? I just a question this forum is hard for me to answer. Red and 6, yeah. Get on the treefolk Shinji, funny. Chat, did you know that in Evangelion the robot was actually his mom? So he was entering his mom and his dad was ordering him to do so every time, and he was like, damn, dad, I don't want. And he was like, get in the mom. And then he was like, shit, I guess I will, but I don't want. Why was Ren N6 afraid of Ren 7? I don't know, enlighten me. Ren in the art, I think that was long before Ren. This is not Ren. And I don't know, it's not Ren. Gaze Bounty. Two forests, put them into your hand. Wow. What is Ren from? I don't know if it's specified. Gaia's Proctor. Must be blocked available. Gaze Might. Might do what? +1/+1 until end of turn for each basic land among type lands you control. Was it reprinted? No. It didn't say domain. Was there Alaras? Might of Alara. Yeah. It's very mighty arms. So you can play 8 of those. The combined strength of all 5 planes spawned creations none had seen before. Okay. Like a guy. Good morning, Novitam. With the heart of Yavimaya aiding him, Multani didn't even strain at the load. This is Multani. Interesting. Did I strain at the load? Yeah, I did. Personally. How is Cleave feeling in Pioneer? It felt kinda lame, TBH. Like I've just played 2 matches. What the hell? Imagine if your arm did that and transform into a snake, boar, deer, bird, squirrel, dog, crocodile, bellsprout. It's not haram, you can see it ends in a hand here. Okay, I guess that's true. Gay sings with the voice of nature rampant. 1,000 howls, cheaters and cries, and none of them can be ignored. Creature spells can be countered. Solid. Still, what is this? Animals. Conglomerate. Chaos Touch. Chaos Skyfolk. Chaos Revenge. I remember playing this in Amulet. At the beginning of Amulet. Origins? Yeah, it had an early printing too. Can be countered. Haste. Can be a target of non-green spells or abilities from non-green sources. It was never that good, but it was sometimes pretty strong. Interact with this. Yeah, and then they dress down. And you're like, shit. I guess no attacks because I no longer have haste. And they're like, okay, end of turn before dress down goes away, I will unholy hit your creature. And you're like, shit, bro. Why you always have it? And they say, well, I have used Expressive Iteration, Consider, Ledger Shredder, and the Dragon Rage's Channeler to filter my hand and sculpt a perfect hand for this scenario. And you go, damn. Well, and the meanwhile, I was playing Semi-Growth Chambers. I guess, so you're right. There's so many to what you're doing. Guess will. To this day I wonder, guess what will guess? I don't know. Also find the like future window is kind of weird. I think I don't know, this seemed kind of cooler. This seems, I don't know, that you look through a lens and like here is the past and here is like the now. I don't know. It's like, I like the, maybe it might be the case of old versus new and I was used to this, but this seems like pretty nicer. And like Gaia is also like just breaking the fourth wall and just walking through the window. I think it's the future and not the past. Then why is it an ancestral vision? If it's an ancestral vision, then you see the... I mean, it would make sense for it to be the future because just suspend the spell, but... But you see... Like, you see the Unbroken and then Ruins, so like that would make... And it's an ancestral vision, so that's what your ancestors have built. It's also kind of weird. It doesn't make sense. Flavorfully, that's kind of true. Inevitable Betrayal has time window with some abstract artwork. You send your vision of today to the future when you suspend. You see the past. The Strand Empire, I believe, is what is pictured in Ancestral Vision. So why do you have to wait for it, right? Why do you have to suspend it? Kind of weird. It's Will Smith from Aladdin, yeah, true. What about living and So Living End has... This is the same creature from, what's the name, Dark Betrayal? No, it's not Dark Betrayal, it's a Madness card. 6 mana removal spell with Madness 1. Maybe it's not the same, but it seems similar. Dark Withering. Yeah, maybe it's not the same. I mean, it's just a dead person, so it's similar in that way. So Living End. I don't know, bro. So like, the blue is the past. I don't know. It's pretty weird because it seems reanimated as zombies, which then would kind of defy the need for, which would get rid of the need for the time aspect of the card. Don't think the element of time is here. Well, there's the blue thing, and like clearly this is going through the blue veil, this zombie man, which was also present in the original veil, original vision. And, you know, Hypergenesis has some big boys coming through the blue veil. So I don't know if they're coming from the future. I guess it tries to represent going through the barrier of time, and whether you go through it, you come back to life or die. Yeah, but like Living End, if it has the time aspect to it, it wouldn't need the reanimation aspect too, right? You could bring back people to life just by via time travel, and not via making them zombies, right? So you pay 3 mana, suspend, and then from the future, Griselbrand, Emrakul, Progenitus, and other folks come. When you suspend Living End, yeah, true. It is kinda not true. It seems like all the cards with suspend have the, you know, blue veil, let's say. Or they just go through, just to show, used to represent they travel through time. I don't know. Corpulent Corpse. The Rhinos just don't do that. The Rhinos is just 2 Rhinos. And just like, yeah, 2 Rhinos, bro. It just takes some time for them to arrive. Because, you know, they go fast, but not that fast. Oh, you can hear them coming. Ah, yeah, true. What's a footfall even? Odgos Krakow makes sense. So I just hear them coming, and then they eventually come and they're like, yeah, we're here, bro. I like this artwork. It's called Cyclical Evolution, and it's like coiling and just goes shoom, shoom, shoom. Where the rhinos have spiky legs, they don't. Just normal rhino hands. Hands, legs. Fucking shit. Okay, Glimpse of Tomorrow. So in Glimpse of Tomorrow, you just see the future. And it's unpredictable, so you kinda see, I mean, it doesn't even see that much more progress from here. And I guess it's maybe near future, but it's more prosperous. So destroyed city got rebuilt. It doesn't even seem destroyed, it's just dark here. Maybe it's like autumn and they're looking at next spring and they're like, shit, the weather is gonna be so nice again. I guess it's Glimpse of Tomorrow, that's true. So they just like, yeah, they know that in the evening. And they're like, yeah, tomorrow is gonna be pretty nice. Nice weather. Dum 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 dum. This dragon looks super weird to me. There's something off about this artwork. Keep. If you squint really hard, you can see I'm not in the garden of that palace, true. Basic planes. That one's very much like Ancestral Visions. Yeah, except Glimpse of Tomorrow looks into tomorrow. And Ancestral Vision looks in the past, but they both suspend, which is weird. Can play against Sensor. Like, makes sense. Because I play 2-drop on free anyway, so make the Sensor inconvenient. Let's go Scry 1. This seems pretty bad. Low impact. What would you recommend for Pioneer? I'm inclined to play Humans in Sophia. There's many more mods until Sophia, and I wouldn't make my deck choice just yet, so I think that's a bit too bad to make the deck choice just yet, but I also have little confidence in Humans being a great choice. Is Sophia after or before Dominaria? It's in November. I play this and get draft. It's bad. If I play this and get verdict and get absorbed, I mean everything's bad. So before or after, bro? I don't know. Weapon kills a creature of mine. It's terrible. I mean, I have a creature to play after I get verdicted at Torbrand. I don't think it's reasonable to play around verdict by not playing the third creature here because I mean, maybe they won't have it. Opponent has it. Shit. Opponent kills a creature. It's terrible. Wrath into kills a creature. Yeah, well, that'll be pretty bad too. Many bad scenarios for me in this spot. Maybe you should have used the strike. Hard for me to say. How has the list felt so far? It feels really bad against control. That's priority, bro. Sure? To do what? Well, they respond to the it says instant speed abilities. So I can kill it and they activate and that's sure. Oh well. Well, it would be pretty bad if Emperor would just need, I don't know, activate two abilities, sorcerer speed. That wouldn't even work. Yeah, this deck could use planeswalkers in the sideboard against control. Hazard doesn't make sense. It's a creature that I suffer was same. Did they release the waifu Emperor on Magic Online yet or not actually? Well, I've seen your message, I just ignored it because you just sounded overly confident with no good arguments to back it up or no space in the Twitch chat to explain them properly, and now I agree with you after playing those two matches against control. But I chose to ignore it because why the adversaries? You seem to have few targets for it. They are 2/2 haste monsters. Could be Robber of the Rich, but that's also has pretty low upside. It's not like you're gonna steal something relevant from control, really. Just maybe a few cards that maybe do something when stolen. Tire fled the Red Devil. Well, I just want a 2 mana 2/2 haste there. Not a 2 mana 2/1. Does this deck not run Eidolon? It normally does run Eidolon, but it doesn't make sense to play Eidolon and Bearing 3 Emissary together. I remember someone called Ragavan Wars Robber of the Rich when it got spoiled. Sure. Well, isn't Robber of the Rich better? Well, same thing. It's a 2/2 haste with a extremely minor upside. Is it like clearly better for you, bros? It's not for me. Only this. Maybe Earthshaker Kenra. You know. Maybe the banned Vayashina, yeah, that deals 2 damage. Card's a bit rough though. Robber having reach makes it better versus spirits. Well, unless you'd like to flash back the thing. Missed counter. Pioneer lacks interesting cards and synergies. Sure. Hey, not play Kumano. Does it make sense? Makes a bit sense, Vexus. Emperor? I mean, the best strategies in Modern is also not interesting synergies and strategies. Just the best cards, right? It's just gonna be like that forever. That's how Magic is. It actually was like that forever too. No, I meant the best deck in Modern, not the worst deck in Modern. Jammer not. Most modern decks are centered around one card. Well, except for the... So the Omnath deck is not centered around Omnath. Except for the deck that is not, right? Most of the best decks in Modern were around synergies before MH1, if I recall correctly. I don't even remember what existed back then. It's pretty impossible to beat the Wandering Emperor in general. Strong Curve. Well, Strong Entity was after MH2, MH1. A long time after MH1. Phoenix was the best before MH1, true. Maybe even a bit for after. KCI Spirits, GDS, Infect, and Dredge. There's also Titan, I guess, but that was back then. Titan was the best deck, not Twin. Don't recall Spirits ever being the best. For a moment, some perceived them as such, I guess. Nice. So tough to play around both Verdict and Emperor at the same time, because I played into Emperor around Verdict now. It's kind of rough times. Okay, yes. I managed to do so well. What now? Might keep Sokenzan in hand, although with the Den, probably not worth it. So probably just play the Bone Crusher 5 power creature. Ferocidon. Why would you play Ferocidon? Not Bone Crusher here. Tobran is so bad against control though. Emperor, exile Bone Crusher. Ooh. What is this? Sure. So maybe that's another verdict, which would be bad. So maybe playing Anax was good. But you can't know until you play the card, and it's just random what they have to an extent. Hello, Mr. Streamer. It's been 1.5 years. How does MTG work again? Same way that it used to, I think. Mostly. Would feel dumb getting very well with an axe. It is unavoidable to feel dumb. By Kumano post combat, I can kill the Wandering Emperor if there is an Emperor. Play Anax. Imagine the world where Lewis doesn't mull his 6 and you don't have to live with the London Mulligan. What was his 6? That's the one in the social vision. What was his 6? Whoa, I skipped to combat? I removed my main stop. Well, I guess no Kumano pre-combat then. Let's go Shark Typhoon. Okay. Did he play mono white or did he splash? Ha, imagine having played Rampaging would have won already. How? What are you talking about, bro? How they have won already with Rampaging Ferocidon? And at which point? Can't block with the shark. Well, they've been able to block the giant. Oh, I guess the giant would be not there, but the Ferocidon would be there. But then my point would have played differently, so you can't say that actually would have happened. So I disagree. Brutal Cathar. I've seen that before. Yikes, that is brutal. Yeah, brutal Cathar. Yeekus. Sure. Farewell time. Let's go. Okay, I won the match actually. Farewell all creatures, yeah. Creatures, enchantments, and artifacts. Well played. Honestly, not sure if well played. But I did play my cards and eventually they died, so I guess the mono red deck isn't too bad. Haha. I don't like how Farewell gets creatures under portable hole. Yeah. I mean, it is pretty... The first time I learned about it, I was starstruck. But it also doesn't really matter, but I think it's very funny. So we paid 200 play points and we won 100 play points, 10 Magic Online Championship Series QP Season 3, and 1 Treasure Chest booster. I told Gav about it and he was like, no it doesn't. We just played both those cards testing for the last PT. Yeah. We also played those 2 cards together testing for the last PT back then, and everybody was just not choosing artifact. And I was like, oh no, there's an artifact on my opponent's side of the battlefield. I can't choose artifact because they excel my whole. I have a league to finish with Amulet that we started with trackers, so we're gonna play the league with trackers now, after which we can move to any decks we imagine. Have I seen about El Batu? I don't know what's El Batu. So you have to enlighten me. Batutinka. Oh yeah, I've seen that. That's pretty cringe. And makes me does it make me respect the player more than I did in the past. Play some Amulet, awesome. Can you be a Polish Spike and play some garbage band? What Aspiring Spike now. Garbage band for Aspiring Spike. Let him play his decks. Like, it's fine. Also, I'm not entirely clear to me how the situation unveiled. Why does Farewell get creatures under portable hold but not other artifacts? You misunderstood. If you choose artifact and creature with Farewell, the modes are listed in this order, so it exiles artifacts first and then it exiles creatures. So if there is a creature underneath a portable hole, it will first exile the portable hole, free the creature, and then exile the creature alongside every other creature. But if you don't understand that it works this way, you would think that Farewell would just exile everything, and the creature from portable hole would return to the battlefield, which would be the intuitive understanding that most people go with. And that would make you avoid choosing the artifact mode when you have a portable hole and your opponent has, let's say, a treasure token. In this channel, we just trick people to play weird cards and amulets. I do think the Hydrate Krasis thing is just pretty base, and I think it's pretty good. So there is an order of the modes. Well, when you resolve a card, you resolve it in the order that it is written. So you resolve Farewell, and let's say you choose all the modes. So then you say, okay, let me resolve Farewell. First, let's exile all artifacts. All artifacts from the battlefield are put into exile. And all triggered abilities are put pending to be put on the stack once Farewell finishes resolving. Then you exile all creatures. Then you exile all enchantments, and then you exile all graveyards. It would work differently with if portable hole be worded the traditional way, but it is not, so. What are you tracking with your amulets? Yeah. I haven't played a ton versus that version. It was funny that my opponent tapped 10 mana to get their Krasis dress down. Well, but they do draw 4 cards. So, I don't know. That's not really that big of a blowout, so. Sounds like you wanted to make it sound like it was,
He's
but
a phenomenal control
it is
player.
not.
27
It's kinda
actually
the
my
point,
favorite
right?
number.
And then you don't have dress on for Titan upcoming turn. To which you will say, no, I won anyways, which is probably true that Magtide is still ahead in the matchup. But I do think it is a plan that does make sense and is the closest to that I have came up with to like being ahead of Magtide. Thank you, Adam_MTG. You might gain a 5%, but I don't know. I am more worried when creatures actually hit the board, so I have to also kill them. Well, sure, that's what you do. Like, again, that's like coming from all the wrong perspective, right? Because it is true. Like, what I found out about Amulet versus Blue-Red is that Summoner's Pact is just not a good card in the matchup. No, I will not Pact for Grazer. I will just... License Harris was the best card people have played versus me. Maybe I should try playing it too. But it's also It's good on turn 2, it's good when there is no Ragavan pressuring you, but like as long as it very well might end up also not mattering. So it certainly is the best card I can play against you when it's played on turn 2 on the play, when you pass turn 1 if you consider, but is it the best card that can be played when there is a Ragavan attacking? That just changes the equation so much, right? Many cards have high, good scenarios where they are absolutely marvelous, right, and awesome, but then they also don't do anything in some other spots. I feel the matchup is less about Ragavan, more about counter plus heat. It is about everything, right? Ragavan is a thing you can extremely easily lose to, but so is counter magic and heats, right? And subtlety, etc. So if you want to beat counter spells, is Hydrate Krasis not in way that matches up well against that? Oh shit, they have portable hole. To do pasa. Dead. Mm. Well, Affinity can't win generally speaking, but they can win this game. Harris is bad. Amulet is even can't properly crew it. Again, like obviously the truth is somewhere. That Lavinia last time against me. I don't want to get into trackers against this matchup, and Vigor doesn't even seem good. Magic the Gathering is gonna be like less binary than card good, card bad sometimes. Why did I board the Colossus? I want the Colossus. The EE is maybe okay. So it might not be card good, card bad. It might be actually... For sure, Hearse is a card that has lots of variants to it too, with Amulet. But it is more so, I think, about devising a plan to an extent, and I think the Krasises, they do create a plan that makes sense and is cohesive. And that's just the thing, right? It's much easier to lose when you get pounded by Ragavan from the early game. Like, even if Vigonti thinks that the matchup is less about Ragavan than it is about X, it is still undoubtedly true that it is much easier to win a game if you make a land drop and a treasure each turn rather than just a land drop, right? You just have more mana to cast your stuff. I think that's beyond arguing. So having ways to... So like the important thing is think about
He's a phenomenal
making so
player.
that you can have a draw that will match up against your opponent's good draws, that will be able to battle with them, right? And I think you can do that. If they play Ragavan, you can respond with Arboreal Grazer, right? Or Sakura Tribuilder, right? And then if they play some other creature, you can respond to what they're playing. What? And if they play some other creature, you can respond with... We have no lands. You can respond with Cavern of Souls, their counter spell, and you can respond with Hydrate Krasis, their dress down. And if you actually manage to also get the game in the spot where you're not dying and you get to play big creature big thing every turn, you can win. You cannot be able to win the games where you don't get a big creature into play and you don't play anything, because then you're gonna die. That's pretty common occurrence for me. Like playing against Merectine, I think that has to be accepted. But I also died plenty when I just only have Summoner's
He's a
Pact as my
phenomenal
threats and I
control player.
get it countered and I die.
RIP my money.
Let's name Beast to have the second extra green. Amulet. Maybe Hanwer. I think let's kill the Engineer Smith. Keep the explosives for now. Sir Chibius, Alexander Super Trump, thank you for your subs. So obviously when you have an 8-8 Murktide and you know just need to attack your opponent, you have a dress down up, like sure you're gonna win, and like the Krasis is not gonna win through that, so that might seem funny, but I don't think it is meaningfully discredits the plan. Does Engineer Smith trigger off of Darkseid Citadel? Yes. It does. There's no reason why it wouldn't. Do you like boarding Dismember for random creatures, or is there something particularly afraid of? Last time I played against this deck, they play Lavinia against me. I avoid boarding Dismember against random creatures if I don't need to kill them. But Lavinia, I want to keep packs, I don't want to track her in this matchup. So I brought Dismember. And also, it is not that... If it also has another purpose, it is not that bad against random creatures, so it's not embarrassing, I think. But I generally avoid against just creatures. I generally avoid boarding Dismember against Power and Toughness. Well, I guess unless it's Hammer, then you can do that. But I don't know if Hammer is Power and Toughness. Hej, sokoły, omijajcie góry, lasy, doły. Yeah, Hammer is Power and Toughness. And it's also... So yeah, so I found that plan to be the most effective plan versus Blue-Red. I guess, I don't know if Piganti is still here, but this was my like drafted plan versus Blue-Red. That's how I do things. And again, it's just because I identify Summoner's Pact as the weak link, so as much as the Krasis gets the spotlight because it is the new card too, it is also not about the Krasis as much as about the lack of this. Right? Because the packs just are the weakest link that gets interacted with, or you pact, play Titan, get dressed down. Like pact versus me, maximizing consistency. So this is where we disagree. Because you maximize consistency, but also not really, because it's more consistent, but the Titan with search for with a pact is not the same as a Titan just played from your hand. Hello, Mr. Streamer. No, hello. Why don't we side Force Vigor versus Affinity? Because they don't have meaningful targets for it, I feel like. And I don't really even want the card in my sideboard, so. Like against Hammer, I will kill a thing that matters. Against this, I'll kill Urza's Saga and a meaningless thing, feels like. Which I think I can live without. But it's definitely not something that warrants pitching cards. This deck does not take pitch cards too well. Post side blue red is the control deck while Amulet is the aggro deck. So having pacts means blue red can't really expose too much, otherwise you always get the Titan. Well, sure, but how does that change? That does not change. Like the Titan player having pacts in the deck actually doesn't change anything in that regards, right? The dynamic is still the same. You still have to respect the Titan at all times and keep the 2 mana up, right? So the goal is to actually beat the 2 mana up, not to make them hold the 2 mana up. And putting yourself in the tempo black hole of getting exile, getting pacting, getting the Titan dress down, heated, losing an extra turn to paying the pact is something that I have found come up often. And well, typically lead to my loss. I personally would approach the matchup in a stockish way and ignore dodge possibly, so your consistency is maxed out to beat the rest. But it is based to beat the rest. If you take this list, I agree that against most people I prefer to build the Amulet the normal way, right? And this is like the normal Amulet deck, which has sideboard cards against blue red that I think do something. With the sideboard slots being of medium value in this deck in general, I find it extremely convincing. You waste 4 sideboard slots to beat 1 matchup, but it's not a wasting of slots. It is spending slots. And if it's the most popular deck that you play against between 15% to quarter of the time, that means that you spend 4 sideboard slots on what feels like meaningfully affecting the matchup that you play, well, this exact amount of time that I mentioned, which is my approach. You'll side him against GDS, yeah, and against 4 color too. So it's even more than that. But even if it was just blue red, like it doesn't matter that it's one matchup, it matters what often and how often you play as it, which is 4 color is very common. And yes, the best strategy with Amulet that I found against many archetypes is just not to sideboard. At this point, is it not better to maybe run Karn? No, because Karn is not good against anybody. I don't like the cards. But Karn would actually do the opposite. It would make you worse against blue-red because it's useless against blue-red. But in general, Amulet is good at executing its plan against decks that don't interact, but it is not that easy to execute the main game plan against decks that do interact. So my thinking is that I prefer to utilize the cyborg plan against decks that do interact and just have ways to beat interactive decks with a cyborg plan, which seems very convincing to me and very, makes sense. Just like because everybody has been playing Amulet the way they were playing it for ages, is not a reason to just stick to play it the same way, especially if the major complaint of Amulet is that it has a bad matchup against blue-red and people struggle with fixing that. Well, I think I have found a way to...
He's a phenomenal control player.
To, I guess, fix that, right? With like fix in quotation marks maybe, because again, I don't think it's necessarily favored.
He's a phenomenal control player.
I think it is. It improves the matchup by a meaningful extent.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Koopa King, thank you very much for your subs.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Very
Chat,
base
remember
of you.
you see a sub with Twitch Prime, I forgot.
So I might want to Colossus this turn, right? Which is, I go raz, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, Primeval Titan, plus 6 mana. I can't. Can't Colossus, right? Because 8, 9, I'm 1 mana short of Colossusing. So what I would like to do is to get okay, so maybe I can just kill. I can go Hanwar Battlements, Bounce Land, Vesuva the Battlements, Valakut, Haste the Titan. That way, do I have enough shots? Because I unfortunately have Valakut in hands. Let's go for a double pump and double strike. Well, we don't do that over here. So one Valakut I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I only have 2 shots from Valakut. The Battlements was such a bad draw. Okay, so alternatively I can go Battlements, Grove Chamber. Play Titan. Get Grulturf, copy Battlements. Untap. Have 3 mana up. Attack, search for T-West and Grove Chamber, return. Can transmute, not good. No, can transmute because I have blue from Dryad. Transmute. But I have 2 mana left over. Double bounce under Titan. Sure, what then, bro? Haste both to Valakut. Well, the haste land is in my hand, that's the problem. The lines. 8, 9. 6. We're just annoyingly 1 mana short of being able to Mr. Beast. Can you go get Azusa without attacking? Titan, Growth Chamber,
He's a
T West.
phenomenal control player.
Yo.
Okay, Azusa should work.
He's a
Growth
phenomenal
Chamber.
control player.
Vala could have freelance in play. 1 mana open. Titan, grab. T West, return T West, transmute, play Azusa. Play Hanwer. Haste Titan. Okay, that works. Thank you for the line. I would have found it myself, I promise. Are you solid? Sure on Sakura, interesting card. I really like Sakura. Well, Sakura's mainly role is to splash for the Krasis. So you could argue that it makes your deck worse. But after playing with it and thinking about it, I'm not sure it's actually worse than Explore in general. Because it has many upsides, the biggest of which is being castable off of Cavern of Souls, so that you can actually have a proper amount of green sources for it. Because if you look at the amount of green sources that are working on turn 1 or 2 with no Amulet, then the number is just kinda not in favor of Explore, right? 6 versus 10. GG's, had a best patch in hand, but drew all Howl's Fountain, so I couldn't get white source with Boseju based. Thanks for the match. Dogs on Twitch, thank you for your subscription. So yeah, it is frequent that I look at the Amulet sideboards. When looking at the Amulet list online, I look at their sideboard and they just feels like they have nothing in it. So I don't feel... Well, this person has 4 trackers, but I don't feel like I'm losing much by not playing these cards, because I find too many endurances not to be actually all that good. I find Force of Vigor to not be really good in the deck because pitch cards have such a high cost. And like other cards work versus Hammer too. And like people play caverns in the sideboard. Like, there's just not much relevant to cyber. Just pack it with plenty of vigor and endurances, which I don't think is that impactful. I triple my ticks with the Hydroid Krasis investment. Thanks, based. Why so many Golgari Rot farms? Just for this member? Yes. But also, what other bounce land am I supposed to run, right? Sometimes you tutor a bounce land, a red producing bounce land to give haste, but having two is fine enough, I think. Would you still play the same 75 as on the Living in Cyber guide? Yeah. But yeah, to come back to the Blue-Red versus Amulet matchup, my realization was after playing Blue-Red side that you can lose the matchup actually. It's not that hard to lose it if you don't actually have a great hand and you don't line up the early pressure and the Titan player does something. But that typically involves casting Things of Cavern, the Titans of Cavern, which was a pretty big, I think, difference. I want the Rot Farm in play. One salt is the best number, I think, for main, probably. Yes, the one Amulet tend to drive is pretty strong versus Blue-Red, but also it is a very strong line, but also I don't limit my chances of hitting that, right? I'm trying to find lines that will help in the other scenarios. Oh shit, I'm getting hammered. Who is more cringe, Blue-White players or Amulet players? As I'm a Amulet player, I will have to say that it's Amulet players. In a self-depreciating, funny comment way. Pretty dead.
He's a phenomenal
Need to
control
channel can
player.
bounce this next turn to do stuff. TBH, I really like current main board. You play on so many decks with it. Okay, I don't like Karn because I find that I don't play on any decks with it, so this is where we disagree. Does the sub only section on the Discord include main cosplays from you? Not yet. What 2XM 2022 duels are? I think they're challenges. Faktycznie brzmi jak ciocia papierosy sra. Halo, kto je tam? Do they play Do they play only planes? Seacrom Coast. Okay, so let's keep 4 caverns. I'm not sure if Explorer is even better than Sakura in this matchup either, because just the blocking is actually relevant. This members for Lavinia's too. Cha cha. I certainly have no cards, no cats. I guess I do get the tri-builders. Trim Cavern, but it sometimes board the mana leaks. Colossus good here. I find Colossus good to have access to, yeah. Still. It can kill. I guess I can trim a forest. Not Cavern, just worse. I bring boss edges for ×3 and they don't have punishing for basics and I board out the tri-builders. This hand is relying on the engineered explosives heavily.
He's a
It's probably not
phenomenal
even that good.
control player.
Not doing so. I mean, that sucks. Looks better. Put back the Dryad. It's gonna cast a Vigor for 4 mana.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Think about the black and play. Koopa King, thank you for more gifted subs. XCFOS, thank you for Prime Gaming subscription. We are at 25 today already, and wow, I'm 4 hours in the stream. Thought that was shorter. Lavinia, sure. Canister controls jeden lens. Good. He for sure does, yeah. No, typical. Queria grecada raso Brasilia per la musica. English, please. Ne habla. Ne habla português. Okay, seems like Dryad just make land drops wins. Kinda awkward, but I'll bounce the Bosseggio. Because I get rid of the bounce land, but it's fine, I think. Just casting a Titan seems pretty good too. Even if Hub Springer for a turn. I guess Mana Leak. It's actually not even good to do that. To play the Titan. And it doesn't get a trigger on ETB, so we can wait. The Vigor up. The next turn I can Grove Chamber, kill Hushbringer, pick up Cavern, play Cavern, kill Lavinia, then play Titan of Cavern. Then have Vigor open too.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Pilar, bro, thank you for your Prime Gaming subscription and remember to join the Discord. Dryad Cavern always gets me. Because I tap the Cavern for colored, but not the proper colored. I wonder if castle is better than forest on the draw. TBH. Probably. I think I already interacted, use Explore Sakuras. Especially with their hate cards. Might die. Come on, bro, don't do this. Naughty, bro. Okay, well, on this spot, it is hard to argue that Vigor isn't useful. Oh, that's a good draw. I mean, kinda. Kinda. It's very kinda good. Oh, holding up Mana Leak. Yeah, I don't think I can draw anything. If I had Boseju here. Could not lose to Mana Leak by going the Cavern. They draw Grazer.
He's a phenomenal
No, I just killed
control player.
myself. Because I couldn't have beaten Mana League. I shouldn't have played the bounce land first. Okay. That kills me because I will die the pact next turn. And we wouldn't have drawn Grazer anyway, so didn't matter. One, 2, 5, 5 in games. Damn. Why is it playing Brazilian music? Because Brazilians seemingly requested it. Dicey Dungeon is on sale on the eShop if you're looking for a puzzle roguelite for traveling. I got really into Slay the Spire, but sometimes it gets boring to play it over and over. Dicey Dungeon. I've seen this game. Seemed interesting. One last roll of the dice. New adventures, new music, free DLC. Where gameplay though? You win. Nice. I thank you for the info. Oh, oh, oh. Hilari, yeah. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. Hilari, yeah. Oh, oh, oh. What should we play now, chat? 1-2 in that league so we can drop it. Or you can finish. Let's finish the league. You know, let's like everybody lost in the underdog story. I think the trackers don't. They don't impress. I didn't cast a single one. I played one match versus Blue Red, and it felt like they wouldn't have impressed. Kanister, może w szachy pogramy? Ja w szachy nie umiem grać. Do you have any showcase to practice for this season? I don't. But I maybe have to practice to actually get to some showcases. Ever, because you know, I didn't get to any. Bo nauczcie grać w Slay the Spire. No ja umiem chyba grać w Slay the Spire. Czy nie wiem, czy umiem, no. W sensie znam, jak się gra. Nie wiem, jakie masz tam znaczenie. Have I considered to do a karaoke stream? Not really, but in a haha, what if, haha, of course would be stupid, haha, unless way, then I did, yes. What do you mean, multi-format grind? Maybe I should play some with blue-red and then qualify for the next one. You know, this type of stuff. What I would do... What I did consider doing is maybe streaming non-magic tomorrow. But instead... the puzzle platformer game Stray, which seemed interesting to me. Or Portal 2, I guess this one I wanted to try at some point too. Wow, Springleaf Drum and Stoneforge Mist and Noble Hierarch, that seems solid. What? Next one I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana, so if I don't do anything I can hopefully survive and summon Titan next turn. Did I recover fast after the 24-hour stream? I did sleep for a lengthy amount of time. I went to sleep. I finished at 9 a.m. because I started at 9 a.m. on Saturday, finished at 9 a.m. Monday. Then I went to sleep, slept to 2 p.m. Woke up, kinda okay, but not really. But I kinda felt like I'm ready to do stuff and like have my entire day anyways. Went around, like did some chores around the house, then had the urge to go to sleep again. I went to sleep after a few hours again. And I slept until 9 p.m. I think. After which I did some stuff and then I went to sleep around 3 a.m. and wake up in the morning again. So that was my 24-hour stream experience, I guess. In detail. Or the day after. Figaro. What is my opponent playing? They're playing Hammer, Ragavan, Noble Hierarch. Hashtag something. Figaro. Chad, I have to admit that when I'm playing Amulet at my FNMs, the backside of Hammer battlements kinda, you squint, you can kinda see it through the sleeve. But I just don't care and I play it this way. And I hate the fact that this is a double-faced card in my normal deck. But I don't look for it and I don't see it myself, so if I don't actively look out for that, it's okay. This is how it is, bros. At least you don't have to play the day-night werewolf anymore. Because that was the true nightmare. Ribosejus, question mark. Very good question. How about altering the back of it to be a normal magic card? That's a good idea.
He's a phenomenal
Actually, great
control
idea.
player.
Dear Mr. Streamer, please think long and hard about this question. Would you rather have to stream as a VTuber for 1 week or
VTuber.
stream MTG Arena for 1 week?
It's like the simplest question ever. If you scroll down, there is always some VTuber streaming MTG Arena with 4 viewers. So it is not even mutually exclusive, but I still would prefer to stream, let's say, Minecraft in that form for a week. I thought all the MTG Arena streamers quit. I think, I don't know, I assume that most people in the category are watching Arena still. I guess it is true when you go to Magic here and you see like 2.4k and it's almost half of the viewers and it's Krasis with Arena, so yeah, it's more people watch Arena. Although a large percentage watches Family Guy with robots. Magic turning like artifact section, yeah. Is the artifact section still going? Or have they removed it? Artifact, 62 viewers. TrashCon 24/7. Twitch, Theosis channels here. Okay. Some League of Legos Master Gameplay. Seinfeld Season 2. Doomsday Waiting Room. Forced Impostor. Is somebody restreaming Forced streams? Twitch, closest channels here.
He's a
Stay
phenomenal
away.
control player.
Caniluters, caniluters.
I'm afraid to open it on my stream. Probably not thing, but still a bit scary. No doubt that is free dunk. Thank you, Stenas, for your subscription. To keep up Boseju. Outside Krokis, I think there are more consistent MTGO streamers than Arena ones. I can check. Yeah, free, like, it takes a real good reason to play Naya because the baseline of those colors is super poor. What the hell? Doesn't do anything. Sure.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Would be playable with marked cards?
Oh. Would Jan be playable with marked cards? Probably not. Sure. Do the challenge streamers on the weekend get more viewers than Krasis? Not really, no. You don't gain as much. Can kill, I think. 4. I can only get to 5, so yeah, then can kill. Let's play around Moon by picking Boseju. So I mean, they probably won't have Moon, but what if? My question is, who's Crocky? He's a big arena streamer. Sunday Canyon. Oh. Ren Hammer. Why is Summer Pact instant? Everyone always uses that sorcerer speed. Sometimes you cast it at instant speed, but it is kinda weird that it is, yeah. Why not lethal them? We had 6 triggers. Well, I still lethal them. I win the game this turn, so I would search and gain 6 triggers with the Valakut still. And then play 3 more. I'll take a bathroom break. I'll be back. in a moment. Can I come to Brazil to play with me in my FNM? Not really. Magui, this song is kind of low with you. Translate to English, lolol. What does that even mean? 1K subs stream from Brazil. I think getting to Brazil would be kinda not really covered by 1000 subs. 360 subs. The song is kinda low. What's so hard to understand? I don't understand what it means for a song to be low. That's what's hard to understand. It's a normal terminology to use. I'm not familiar with it. Then talks about sex. Yeah. Also has a drawing of breasts on the cover of the song, which I won't show you, but if you click the link, then you will see that probably. Nice song. Ending or Teferi? Ending. I think I play the forest. It's kind of tricky. Probably should keep it. Play Titan next turn, get. Because hasting Titan, I will not go for it anyways. Against this, most likely. So I go for Colossus. Why is it on 6 already? Stand 4. Why the fuck is this Planeswalker on 6? It's insane. Did get Rainbow Sedgwood down.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Eldrami. Magus of the Moon. Bro, stop it. It's game 1. The Devil Forest, it's fine. It's not really fine. What's my freaking Delver? Magus of the Moon. Diptych. It is. A cattle block, and it's gonna sack. Why the fuck do you play main deck Magus of the Moon, bro? It's just stupid. Just chill, don't do that. Let's go, trackers. It's good that we get an opportunity to try them against Ocolor. Always question, why not get forests? Because, as the boss said, that doesn't matter. Maybe I could have played and tried to play more the Colossal Dreadmast and maybe win with Colossal Dreadmast TBH. I kinda preemptive, always Scooperoni. TBH. I'll just hide Saga against that. Even on the play. Alright, let's go, trackers. This is gonna be your first mission. Many clues are gonna be sacrificed. Before Stone Silence and Marcus Stone Silence for my trackers. I remember that tech. It's a very funny piece of technology, but it's interesting. Collector Hoof I could just kill with my Dismember, so I'm not worried about that. Kinda wonder if maybe I want to go back to playing 2 Azusas. They added the 5th Ram spell. I have to explore and then 1 Azusa. Maybe 2 Azusa is fine now. Just have a bit more of rampage. Oh, kurwa. Well, did not play around that. Oh ja, pierdolę. That was a move. For 2, fair deal. True. Dawaj, Moon. Nie Magus, tylko Moon. Chill. Interesting. Apparently has Forest, so TBH I can just wait. Next turn I can cast Titan. Sure. Bless, no Forest. In play gaming. Not attacking because they have 2 cards. I think they are Soul Tooth. Will be fine next turn. Is Tracker good here? Kinda. Is it better than Krasis would be? Kinda. Somewhat. Makes you want to board some packs. But the Sagas versus the like consistent Magus does not seem good either, so I guess I'll keep it. That's pretty funny card to have. Rather narrow, one could say. Can't we play Emrakul? Well, has anyone claimed that I can't play Emrakul? So I don't think anyone claimed that. In fact, yes, I can. It's actually pretty bad to Emrakul here because they don't have anything to do, so. So just give them an extra draw. Call for info. Yeah, I guess. Be better. Could also bossage their lands, grab the Yorion, call for nothing, and exile the Yorion. Dune after Dune. But getting to look at their deck would be obviously beneficial. See how many tests of talents are there. We won at least one saga. Probably won at least one saga. Scat, one pact. One saga for Titan searching if my pacts get test of talented. But don't want to draw it too much. Free trackers, I snap keep. Also, I would know if they have counterspell or not. Yeah, that was really bad for me not to look. Don't play Ren on 2 and then I win. Play Ren on 2 and there is a decent chance I will lose. It's all that matters in a game of Magic the Gathering now. Ren on the play or not Ren on the play. How are the trackers performing? Not so much now. Not super. Although maybe they'll perform this game. I think Krasis is really like clearly better for me, for what I want out of it. Although now that my opponent might be calling for a Mogus of the Moon, it's gonna be nice to play trackers. Especially that they only have 2 colors. They fetch planes, so it has to be called, right? I would have never thought this was a key, but I never played Amulet. Well, I'm playing as 4 color, what do I want, right? I have a turn 2 play, I have a turn 3 play, and have a turn 4 play, and a turn 5 play. So, and all of them are meaningful, so just on the basis of what the fuck, Obsidian Charmo? Oh no, I have 2 colorless lands. Charmo. We have a red source though. You do. Well, it's annoying. 4 power. What's the interaction between Red and Blood Moon timestamps? Okay. I got sent to the Shadow Realm by this Obsidian Charmo, but no, my point ephemeраtes it, and I'm going to just die. If they don't, then I'm not. Simple. Mogus. No, I'm not sure. Okay, so next time they fetch land goes Yorion Charmo. Charmo is... Tracker is not impressing this game, clearly. I think Dragonlord Morka can be a nice sideboard card against Blue-Red Mulk. If your mana base supports it, which is really easier said than done, you need to play planes. It's also legendary and not that good because Murktide region is just a bigger card and it does not do anything besides just freezing the game, so it confused me because you didn't have a third land or a way to reset card if you use it on tribal there. That did not seem particularly relevant to me. Like, so what, right? Seems fine. This is not a cavern deck. This is not a cavern matchup necessarily, although again, we're not sure if I'm playing counterspell or not, but I mean, I'm fine playing a tracker by a 3 into a counterspell. And this was a source for the tracker, so I bought out the fountain. No, I didn't. Pog. Let's go fountain and let's go maybe. Vesuva for what? Vesuva is not good here. You just Valakut. They don't have a fetch, maybe they want to. Bog in case they draw Ren. For the lack of the fetch land. Yeah, that does make sense too, kinda. I think I'll want to get the Vesuva. Get lucky a bit. Basic forest. It's not a game where you can afford to get a basic forest. Like, do you think I'm gonna beat Magus of the Moon? Sure. Nice. Like, I adore your optimism. Forget the Vesu, Valakut. Have a Valakut player ready for the Dryad to go pow if it's possible. They have non-fetch again. They play an Elemental, which is Solitude, which I'm fine with. Hopefully this Sacred Foundry mana is not Ephemerate mana, but they probably would have had. Bounce to Radiant and do Titan Dryad next turn. That was also an option. Maybe it was better because I just realized that it kind of works this way. Because I'll be more... Yeah, if I get Dryad into trigger Valakus, is actually kind of more winning. Tracker still not cast. It's funny that I'm playing with -3 tireless trackers in hand. If you're running the free type Elder 1 island version, maybe the mana can support 1 or 2 disputes for Murktide against Restaurant Subtlety and possibly even an early Murktide if needed. In a semi-growth chamber deck, it's really hard to hold up instants. No Vestige here, I don't need Vestige. It would be nice to have Vestige, I guess. No, not really. I mean, well... Vestige... Valakut... Play this, 1-2. I guess it's more shots with Vestige, but it's the same, really. The passing priority, so if they have Ephemerate, then it's big sad, but... I don't think they should. Well, that wrong that was, I guess. Fuck. 80 cards, by the way, yeah. Like the Charmo just got me so badly, and the pressure from it, because I played a colorless land. Which is so random too, because you don't frequently have them. Nice trackers. Yeah, definitely prefer a Krasis right here, right? Raz, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Krasis X10, 15. So I would actually do something, but I mean, it's actually pretty nice. Cool. What? What the fuck? Alright, tracker actually is actually not so bad, it's TBH, but does Charmo fly? It is a dragon, it has flying. Although it's a bit tricky that with flying is underneath the cost reduction, but yeah, it does. Fetch Yorion. Be tough. Ay. Cool, what? Free TT! What the fuck, bro? What's my point even mean by that? Like, you think I'm getting outrageously lucky by having the free trackers here? Maybe they Dryad and they not have a way to interrupt. They're gonna kill my TOS probably. Kill the Valakut. Seems wrong. Test of talents, let's go. Oh, what now, actually? They can have a removal anyways. Does not help. Maybe I can win. Embercleave should be pretty good at bailing me out. I block this. Maybe they can remove the blockers or something. But we'll see. They didn't kill the Dryad, so they don't have anything. I have to pay for the pack though. So I have to... Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 many. That's Actually not fine, I should have Bouncy Fountain into my hand. To have more mana. Yeah. Like the secret thing is that card drawing is also good in Amulet because you draw your powerful cards and then you win more easily. You will see, maybe they have some bullshit. Oh, fuck off, bro. I died the pact. Unless you draw this member. Open door, please. It is opened. That's the thing. TT is very good. She seems like a very good draw engine here. I wouldn't say very, but like it is a thing that does draw cards when uninterrupted. Okay, so gonna die anyways, unless we draw Dismember. And then still gonna die. No, I didn't have a single spot in the game where I could have grabbed a second forest, bro. Really card deck, by the way, everything was in top 30. I mean, not quite everything. There's still 50 cards in their deck, and they, I don't know, like they had the Charmo and Saladrami Skull. That was like really the only irreplaceable card they had in this draw. That made it so that I was being pressured instead of not pressured. Time to try Dirt Nothingness for the meme. But it's not even a funny meme. Amulet sucks, KKV. Well, I did 2 free, yeah. But notice how it was 2 free, but also 7 in games. See? Would I rather color traverse in 4 color? think Traverse is nice in theory, but not very playable in practice. And I hate calling 4-color too, so I would rather just not play 4-color if that's my choices. I guess I would play for call if you made me have to choose. But yeah, I think Tracker doesn't function as blue-red. It's functioning as 4-color similarly to Krasis, but just Krasis seems better because it... Well, you could play split, I think, somehow, if you wanted more threats. Alright, what can we play with now? Is there a prelim happening? There is a modern preliminary in 3 hours 26, so not interested in that. Also, I joined 3 Double Masters 2 prelims with QPs, and then I didn't actually play the games. Just to open 6 packs for the QPs before the QPs ran out. It seems like I got a red and 6 by doing so. Or is that the red that I still haven't sold? Unclear actually, maybe not. Ooh, Teneb. Hopefully I did get a rent from that in the Eldrazi's. The caverns. But maybe I just owned them. When are the QPs running out? The new season just started, so... Like literally yesterday. So... It was before yesterday. Oh... Can still enter season 2 QPs for like a week, I think. Into what? 2x2 seal? Okay. What is this? Why do they have different color? Qualifier point. This is also qualifier point. Season 2. Season 3. Okay, explains a lot. Mock season 3 leaderboard points. I don't know why do I get 5. Not even sure what for. I really want to see more Pioneer, but there seems to be little room for innovation. No, there's plenty of room for innovation, but people don't innovate that much. Try the new Soul Herder Coco. No, I'm not really interested in trying the new Soul Herder Coco because this like meme deck. So I will decline. It's like also only new in the sense that it does exist on Spike's channel, not really like in general.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Also, saying 4C is overrated or not the best deck is ridiculous. It's doing the most powerful thing, consistently. Other decks are almost at that power level, or consistently, but very obviously 4C is the best. It's okay to not play the best thing if it's not in your goals.
I seen the ad on the home screen. Where are you in the food chain? Oh shit. Could play Modern League with Living End or Blue Red. Could play Pioneer League with Rakdos. Let's make a poll. Boring decks only. A league with question X colons. Pioneer, Rakdos, or Modern Blue Red, or Modern Living End. Five minutes. Anything else? Pioneer Blue White. Alright, I guess 8 boring decks. Blue White controls of it. Let's go. What's all the Blue White players? Isn't Blue White bot versus Red Black in Pioneer? Pioneer is worse in signing Deflecting Palm versus Throne. Yeah. Scamdos. I never played with Scamdos. So it could be an enlightening experience if we play with Scamdos a little bit. If we check how it is to have a handful of free drops. I sometimes see Luke at Displays Ginger streams and he just like sits there, casts spells, sacrifices blood tokens in weirdly early. Like not that he misplaced, but rather that he just like has to. Is this proper to activate the blood tokens? So like weirdly early in the game. Don't quite get all of that. Can he got send kisses to Batutina? Why? It did sound like he cheats. He wanted to cheat himself, cheat his way onto winning a like 14-person RCQ, which was kind of not based. I view it as very much not based. 18-person, yeah, sure. It was also weird because allegedly, like, he just scooped his cards, said, yeah, I won, but like, how was that really? How would the like opponent agree to that, right? Or if they didn't, then why did he like win the tournament when he didn't? Tio gave the call first. I don't know. But the opponent had to know how to not know either, or like I don't know. Maybe just not enough. What the hell is this? Maybe not enough. What are you looking at? This looks pretty bad. I don't know. Well, but if the TO doesn't know how the poem worked, then like why don't you just explain to him or tell him to Google that? That's what I would do. But maybe I guess just didn't think of questioning that or just accept it. I don't know. Because it's literally written on the card too, right? But if it is, you know, street cred, then it's even more cringe. The next time a source of your choice would deal damage to you this turn, prevent that damage. Maybe the Portuguese version of the card. Let's go Twitch chat. PT. Na proxima vez qua una fonte de sua escola offerì la causar danno neste turno, previna quelle danno. Na proxima, the next time, I don't know. I don't speak this language, so that's hard for me to say. Na proxima vez que una fonte de sua escola fuori le causar danno neste turno. Previna a quella danno. Se o danno for prevenido de esta manera, palma deflectora causará una cantidad equivalente de daño ao controlador de aquella fonte. This hand just makes me bleg. The 10th version of this guy has the cards in this position. This is so funny. Alright, living in one. I have this list of living and saved. I said I would play the same from Discord, but actually, let's try some new things maybe. Which is the Waterlock Grove. Does Deflecting Palm work on life loss? It says next time damage, so it does not. So we have one canopy land in this deck instead of the regular lands. And we're gonna see it's nice. Played one match with a canopy land so far and it was kinda nice. Tio is a long time Batutinia's friend. Damn, that is not cool either. Then Also, local player that ate a 1-year ban for some shady stuff too, you know. I think he had sleeves that were not opaque enough. Something about battlements and Amulet. Should have played the Sun package and said TBH. Fair. Alright, I'll look for the flip card. And play with it instead, bros. You convinced me. The flip double face card token. I'm not sure what's the proper name for that. I'm also assuming that you can use it to represent a Hanwar battlements, but I'm not entirely sure. The worst part is the poem was in Portuguese. No, I think the worst part was the fact that the guy just cheated the other one blatantly. Which is kind of both pathetic and very cringe. I think that's the worst part. 4 lands is a lot, but Utawara is kind of fine, I think. Can draw a black card, reanimate. The thing that pissed me off about the Batutinka situation is that his defense was that he genuinely didn't know what Palm did. Yeah, sure. Wouldn't turn one anyways. See, don't need cyclers. Living and mailed. Thank you for milling my few cards, bro. So I'm going to have extraction, some removal for artifacts, counter magic. It's a bit tough. The sideboard here, maybe. Leyline seems poor. Dispute, maybe. But there's many things that Dispute misses. I don't think I want Dispute. It's good to see people finally figuring out Sky Turtle is a scam. I don't think anyone figured that out because play the Sky Turtle still, but maybe just having a bigger deck is okay as a smell. But I really want to drag a Cascade spell. But I think Turtle is okay, it's just not as good as other cards I could be playing. They bring in Leyline versus Burn. That is the main purpose of Leyline, yeah. Added the Canopy land for science, yeah. So far, I played one match with it and was okay. When I drew it, I did cycle it. I did lose anyways, but it did unflat me, so honestly not the worst, maybe. I probably want to grief early to play around extraction. Mangle the video with 4 leyline signed and bring in. Commentators were split. 4 leyline of sanctity. I think burn is the big reason for the leylines. I would not play 4 and all though, but yeah, it seems a bit weird to me. It's kind of stinky, like 4 leyline is not even that good to draw multiples necessarily. What timing is that? It's just excellent timing. Sure. Well, that's pretty good. Canister, I'm currently on the shitter. Can you shout a word of encouragement? What does it mean to be on a shitter? Just on the toilet? You can do it, bro. I believe in you. Living and milled. Let's go extirpate. Oh yeah. Could force it, maybe it's better. TPA. Because then have a big graveyard. It's probably better. I'd actually mage bait them. See? No, bro. Bro, no, extirpate can't respond. Yeah, I can't. Why you extirpate? I saw Pog. What did you see? I guess I have a 64 card deck. To reduce the density of living ends in it. Could also arguably caddy living in for that reason. What do you think of Rhinos plus Veil? Well, you cascade into Veil. I don't think the Rhinos alone are good enough without like an entire deck of interactive cards to support it. So I don't like it. Man, why isn't Glimpse player N6? So weird, yeah, would benefit from it. You should play Inevitable Betrayal and Steal Their Crab. No, I really shouldn't. I really shouldn't. Should run crab without stealing it? No, I really shouldn't. Okay, let's try Cascade. You field my graveyard. No, living in mills. Fucking stupid game, bros. I'm dead. Unless it is not extirpate, but just extraction, and I can cycle to a green card and protect. Draw step. Oh shit. You don't seem to have it. Unless it's extirpate, and I guess I can also always answer to the extraction spell. Cascade spell. Yeah, fuck off, bro. I'll just play another match. Maybe I could win it, but it's not really possible. I didn't have the mana for Endurance. If I had the mana for Endurance, I would continue playing to play the Endurance and just attack them, but it's Mulligan the league against somebody who doesn't play extirpate. Don't think Anarchus thinks Endurance have to win. No, because I didn't have the second green in play. If I had the second green in play, I would have done it, but I didn't. So I couldn't have done it this turn, so I crunched and I conceded. Although, of course, it was still not 100% impossible to win, but it was mostly impossible to win. Down canister is worth playing the 4 of Living End. Yeah, I think so. I think it's worth. Any opponents in the leagues though? Doesn't seem like. Modern Dead format, true. Let's go. My hand contains no green mana, but a cycler, so it's fine. And we have subtlety slash the other one. Steam Vents. Ragavan, let's go. So turn 1 Ragavan. This stuff because I have Outburst and Subtlety. Let's think about it. They play Ragavan on the next turn again. I still have to contend with them having lots of mana. It might be not worth it. It might be not worth of a Force of Negation game 1. Because I'm more likely needing to beat Counterspell anyway. So I think this has to resolve. I can't pitch the Cycler, that's just too weak, I think. I need to have a green source and a graveyard full of cards. But it's like, oh shit, it's the mirror. I mean, and they'll be like, yeah, I'm gonna play. I mean, and they will see a card from Ragavan. There's no point in what I'm doing, really. It doesn't accomplish anything, but. Ah, Breeding Pool. Green source robbed. Who said the Ragavan quote originally? Luis Scott Vargas. They had us to cycle away the black card, but we drew another one. No cycler, but at least a green source. It's just so weak. Get only 2. Well, it's probably fine to get 2. Uh, I would not hate to draw a Charles Age on my 10, but you can draw another black card and you can cycle the Street Rave at least. I send. Watch him connive into counterspell. Char, will they connive into counterspell? Let's go. They connive the Ragavan, so I resolved the living and all I got was this lousy Ragavan. Okay. Charm, counterspell, pierce. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Makes sense to play out of what a Soaring City to play around Spell Pierce somewhat. We draw Charm. I think it's more important to keep it a one in hand if they play blocker. We draw a land. If they Charm, draw 2, Ragavan hits me, play Shredder to block. Or just play the Ragavan to block, I guess. Wish every creature in Magic was legendary, bros. Yeah, my Otawara would be really cheap. Watch them have 2 bolts. I'll have to pierce. Spend the treasure. So I guess I'm punished for not playing Dotawara indeed, after all. Good grief. They sacrifice the treasure over the steam vents. Okay, I won, but barely. Shit, I need to open my own cyborg guide because otherwise I'm going to do something different. And that will be embarrassing. On the draw, I want that gun too, yeah. Simple. I said -4 architects. We want to cut the oven over architects. I don't know, it's like always tough question to answer. NFTs are dumb, but I'd pay so much for a bored canny ape, would you really? Interesting hand, I'll keep it, although it's risky. Force with Charlotte's not that good, so maybe bad hand. Watch them after one Ragavan anyways, every single fucking game. Oh, DRC, fine. Destroy Cycler for 1 mana and 2 land. I'll say Beanie Baby. Think they probably have Pierce or Fluster, so I would pick up, I would grieve them now. Collectible is going to increase in value during the 90s. Pluszaki. Yeah, it's a bit worse if I drag a skate number 2. Divorcing couple splitting their Beanie Babies in court in 1999. Imagine being so cringe that you split Beanie Babies instead of taking all of them from your wife. This build is so bad. This still doesn't solve Fluster Storm, although I guess casting 2 in a row solves Fluster Storm. Yeah. That's what the new eBay vault is. You trade ownership of the car without moving it. Reminds me of the time I paid $10. Not $10. I paid €2 for shipping on a 15-cent card. $0.15 shit Tormod script. Architects of Will. Nice mana base, bro. They had a counter spell, they should have used it, so I assume they don't. They do have a counter spell. In a way. What the hell? My tag is... I did board in the Brazen Borrower. It's still... So you can't say that it's without targets, but... I don't think it's the best card they could have against me. Wow, nice top deck. Would have ruled so hard to have the borrower get countered, yeah. I would be caught, I guess, off guard. Living End. Yeah, winning is fun, but the problem is they lose in Modern kind of often too, and Streets of New Capenna was such a long time ago. Modern Horizons was over a year ago. It does feel like feels like most of the like natural discoveries in the format have been post MH2 have been discovered. It's does feel like we're perpetually trapped and living the same day over and over, kinda, when it speaks to playing Modern. Do I enjoy more? Do I enjoy winning or hate losing more? I hate losing more, of course. So I'll translate this right now. Well, he also posted a version in English, so sorry, translate it. Yeah, this time for MH3 already. Have to wait for Gandalf to have a big shake-up. Yeah, I mean, Gandalf save us. for the Eagles. By last scene playing for call living end. This is why I hate when people pine for pre-MH1 modern changing slowly. Imagine waiting 6 months for the new set and all the happens you get to one run, search for content blue-white. Yeah. Well, I mean, it is also a function of the fact that New Capenna has an extremely long window with no sets, and also a function of the fact that I'm a streamer and I play Magic almost every day, and I play Modern almost every day. So it does feel kind of like I'm playing the same games sometimes, right? Because I already like played some certain matchups many times from both sides. Almost 3 days a week and some weekends. Well, stream for 4 days a week. Actually, on average, probably less. Is a cascade deck easy to master in general? Relatively, I guess, yeah. By the virtue of the fact that you're building your deck and pulling your deck from like a pool of, I don't know, 100 cards, 200 cards, and not a few thousand cards. Maybe not. It is a strong deck baseline, and it's gonna be pretty strong at baseline's level of playing, so yeah, it's fine. The skate deck is difficult to master unless you purchase Cancer's deck guide through. Senatrish is doing a much better job of advertising my content than I do, but it works better this way, as it seems as if he's a happy customer, so it makes it even more convincing to play it. It'll take infinite time to kill me if I take the creatures. And after by living end, opponent can have any creatures. Red Tapland, Steam Vents, Fetchland, Green Tapland too. Bros, I'm going to cycle Waterlock Grove soon. Insane. Or I guess I won't. Pretty sane after all. So I have 2 Leyline of Sanctity. So the Fondue Breakers. Let's follow my guide, it seems pretty sensible. Keep. Would prefer if Violent Outburst was a land, but... You have a cyborg guide? How do I gain access? Subscribe to my channel and join my Discord. Those are all the steps you need to perform. In that Discord you'll find instructions as to what exactly do later. For the guide to be available to you. Can answer anything my opponent plays next turn, so... Keep the cycler if I miss on a land drop. I need both colors this way, but I think it's fine. Previous living end, okay, good, good. Not good. Not good, broskis. Please draw me lands now. If you go on Discord, you can see pictures of cats and Timmy's weird weep stuff. That is true, but Timmy is kinda like closed off from anybody else in his weird little enclave, so... I'm missing a color super often in this deck, which is... Guide 0 lands. Well, Guide 0 lands, also 0 lands in my deck. In general. But I do mana screw sometimes, color-wise. It's a bit tough. It's not the best mana base ever of the Living deck, but... Because it doesn't have mono fetch lands. But life points are also limited. I usually have been playing less red sources and just fetching them aggressively. Well, that's fine. You draw fetch lands, which you also cannot draw, right? And they have the 2 canals. Some people play 1 canal, like free Sanctum through. Comes off, he's not even apologetic. Well, he's not apologetic because he says he didn't do anything wrong, so why would he be apologetic, right? Pretty consistent. I just had the hands of, 1 or 2 lands without a water island and then didn't have the requisite color. Go to 8 life, maybe counter at this point. The agent, get 2 sphinxes. Go to 11, then to 10 versus 3 cards. Or he attack with Goblin Guide if he knew how Palm worked. Yeah, that is true. On the other hand, we all know how deflecting Palm works, bros. If you play Magic Online for 10 hours, for 10 years a day.
He's a
Well,
phenomenal
Shallow's Agent makes it a
control
210
player.
clock, which it currently is not because they'll be at 1 life. Might be hard to force twice. Not really, it's not really gonna be hard to force twice. If I draw like a blue card, I'm gonna be happier to keep the agent and have the 2-turn clock. Yeah. Corey D Collector, thank you for the supportage. Guess if my opponent plays Eidolon, that's problem now. And I regret not casting Force earlier. Only a bit though, because it still reduces 3 damage to 2 damage. Okay, I guess I can die to 2 creatures now. Or even 2 burn spells. Maybe you shouldn't counter that, but then if they're cast 2 burn spells upkeep, I can't do that either. So let's see. Yeah, it's like Boros Sharam is an instant always, so I guess I can't do that. Yes, it wins the match, yes. Let's go, we can get a free 1 and 5 this time.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Check out the Wellspring. I think I keep this. Cześć, panie kanisterze. Cześć. Cyclone responds to Fozzies anyways, so get flying to the DRC. Do you think cascade mechanic suspend spell should have rules change around it? No. Do you think that? Now the next full art card we get is Deflecting Palm base. Honestly, I'm just waiting for a day canister gets caught. Caught doing what? Pinging the fast land. I have force to protect whatever. This is my boss. Next full art rules card that should be printed is Borboric Moss. Yeah, that should be printed as a nameless promo. I think that'd be more funny. Caught cheating, bro. Got you weird. Well, that's going to be tough to happen, as I do not cheat in the game of Magic the Gathering. So, you'll wait and wait and wait. Oh, apologize then. Good. Good that we cleared.
He's a phenomenal control player.
I've been playing a lot of Modern, Legacy the last few weeks, and I honestly believe that Ragavan makes both formats better, more so in Modern than Legacy. It's an easy-to-kill creature that leads to more interactive games, and getting hit once or twice isn't game over.
I like how Brian accentuates that. It's fine, I get to scry after this curator triggers. I only have one signature in my sideboard. Let's see, I don't even think Dispute is that good because it's pretty bad. Still have the forces to interact, I don't really need the extra Dispute here. Even the Brazil Borrower is kinda maybe questionable, but it is blue so I can exile it. Keep. I don't think it's good because it's pretty bad, yeah, exactly.
Hi Canny, I started watching you every
Dispute
night with
doesn't
my
work
wife and
against
kids, and honestly has become my
Cluster Storm.
favorite way of watching your streams. Your family-friendly presentation and demeanor to your mods make this a pleasurable experience for even my 6-year-old. Saturday morning cartoons have been replaced by your YouTube videos, and we plan to buy our children a modern deck and selling our Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Good point.
My kids no longer eat sugary cereal and have switched to flavorless oatmeal. Thanks for the wholesome family content.
Yeah, as I was saying, it doesn't work against Flusterstorm, so it's a cyborg card to fight for counter magic, but it doesn't even fight for counter magic, so it's probably worse than the cycler. Maybe, I guess, countering it is better. Not really, though. So I lose the Cascader this way. So many great living in. They have 2 creatures, I have 2 creatures. Them spinning Flaster is a good sign, though. Might not have the other interaction. Interesting. I wish there were 8 instant speed cascades, bros. Because just 3, just one place, just 4 is a little bit low. It's not even great. So just 3 trade and a Waker. Why not 12? Yeah, I guess 12 too would be kind of nice. I think I'm supposed to living end those because my opponent's shredder is big and Waker is pretty good blocker and Sweetgrave is unblockable, so it's okay. They also get a Channeler now. Explain Bubble Butt. Morning Tide has 4 class tribal theme decks, of which 3 are bicolored and 1 is tricolored. Really? Battalion. Goblin Going Rouge. Shamanism. Warrior's Code. So I guess the Battalion? But I don't... Kinda sketchy. But deploy the Hearse. Here's the thing. It's a bit tough. I'll be summoning monsters. I'll be summoning a morph now. The shadows kill me each, so it's a bit tough, but we'll see. Does that make sense? I think this does. I cannot Tawara. I cannot Tawara. Any outs? Not really. Okay, got kinda owned by not drawing cyclers. Story as old as time. Don't draw cyclers, lose the game. Let's not board the dispute. Where is the dispute? Okay, I don't have it in my deck anyways already. On the play, don't need that gone. Just have a cycler extra. A friend of mine was scared to ask Marshall for an autograph on his Hornet Queen, so I went there and asked it for him. Did he sign it? I have a Matthew Fox signed promo Fladstrand. I enjoy it very much. Think big enough graveyard. Oh no, look, I already have the ingot chewer, so. So also I can just living in the remaining 2 creatures. Should I play the Tawara? Probably. If my opponent fought Caesars, then I probably should force. I probably should try to cycle if they fought Caesars. I need more in my graveyard. Now it's interesting. When has Bolt and Watery Grave in hand. Just let it resolve, I think. Not sure. This is a small graveyard. Still. Very beatable. 3 monsters. Death Shadows can be kinda tough. Get past a point as a high life total. Need just more stuff. Well, they played events, right? Or was the events in hands? And I guess you're right. But 2 curators and 6 other power should be okay. Free mana. Don't have a spell pierce. Or fluster, I guess. Just bald monkey, that's fine. They're tapped out, negative S attack, that's awesome. Waterlock Grove, insane. Not like there's much in my deck to draw, TBH, but... 14 obrażeń. I think I just attack with everyone. Don't have good blocks. I can trade for a chewer. It's fine. Let's play 2/2 morph. Bros, did you know? I'm going to give you a fun fact. Are you ready? I am finishing the stream after this league. So prepare for the last 2 matches. 3-0 in the league, so still within the capability of trophying. How is that a fun fact? Exactly. It was fun in the sense that you didn't expect it. Maybe you did expect it, maybe. Good thing Spike is live now, yeah. Yesterday at FNM, I got destroyed by Spike deck. First time Ether Mage's Touch has been cast against me, and I have learned that Ether Mage's Touch makes the creature stay on the battlefield up until your next end step, not until next end step. Keep, I'll draw cyclers. FNM on Wednesdays, exactly. We do have FNMs on Wednesdays. How good would Living End be if you could start with 10 companions all in your graveyard? Just 10 companions, all of the companions from the game. How good do you think Living End in the current meta? Quite good, yeah. Not good. Oh, I guess the people would do that against Living End, that's true. Instead, why no Wednesday as stream so you can go and play FNM? Partially, yeah. Sure, whatever. I'm cringing on my situation. What did you play in Pauper? I played Amulet yesterday. I played many decks though. Often would I stream? Like no cycler skip is not working out too well. Are you the FNM end boss? Well, I don't know, not really. I wouldn't say so. I'll play tomorrow. Glimpse combo. Good luck. I should cycle sorcery speed to hit black card. Would be actually good. Yeah, probably. What are the prices of your FNM store credit? How much exactly? I don't actually know. Just have it stored all the time, and I'm like, yeah, I free one, and they're like, yeah, sure. I added your store credit to your store credit list, and I'm like, yeah, cool. How many top modern decks do you own? I have Amulet, Living End, Hammer, something else. I have Sunk too, and I have like many cards. Yeah, I have Yorion too, that's true. I have a subtlety, probably should have cycled first. Also, they don't even need the Dryads now. That's bad because I just took 12 for no reason. Not good. Because even if I kill now, they still get a trigger because I let the trigger resolve. Alright, so let's next game. I'll keep with cyclers this time. This is a Subtlety matchup. I assume they have some graveyard hate. It's probably endurance. And I don't know, something else. Wish. I don't know, they're not gonna have anything. One day I'll get to sleeve up my Knight of the Reliquaries and not be laughed at. I would not laugh at you for sleeving them up, but I would cringe. It's more so of a thing that happens nowadays. Bro, sleeving end after all is a weak game one deck, but it's great after board, so don't panic. Only one living in the deck. Don't need no more though. Scrap Tribal, there is a nice way to counteract my stuff. Let's go, never draw land number 3. Fuck. Typical. Let's go. Best deck, yeah. Best keep. Odds were low, but they were not low enough for me to dodge. Happens. For one prediction, all we can get, yeah. I play a league with Living End and all I got is this lousy 4-1. Actually, it can be a 3-2 still, so probably gonna be a 3-2. So, you know, don't get your hopes high. Let's go for one. Last deck 12 days ago. 4-core living end. Let's go. Interessante. Well, this is not interesting. This hand has freaking no lands. Like, what am I thinking about? For some reason, sometimes I perceive things as interesting, even if they're not. And then I'm like, well, what canister this thing is actually not interesting whatsoever. It's a clear decision. If it was both an interesting hand and an obvious move. Fair. This tracks as living end, so. Let's see if. Oh, more lands. Jesus. It's so hard to draw reasonably with this deck. I mean, I do often, but this league is just. Play the wrong fetch out of sadness, even. No, I will not concede, it's fine. Especially if it's a mirror. Then I have time to rebuild. Kinda. Kinda thinking of playing a 2-2 to pressure. I don't think it's real though. I think it's real pressure to decide the game, and having an extra cascade if I need to recascade seems better. Next Techless promo just dropped Deflecting Palm. Ha ha ha. One, two, three, 4 creatures my opponent's graveyard. No! Why do I draw Spirebluff Canal here? What if the true ultimate mana base of Living End should run 4 Waterlogged Groves and Fairy Islets, like Baron does? I'm so dead. So many cyclers. Uptown Girl. But you see, Canopy lands are better than Burn because Burn has landfall effects and Living End does not. Does that actually make them better? I should have held on to cycling the Curator. I probably should have. If I could cycle here, I'll be a bit better. No, that doesn't just change anything, I guess. Some people don't play lane anymore, so maybe I shouldn't board the guys even. The mirror does not seem fun. It is interesting. Hey Kenny, hope your stream has been going well so far. Well, for the past 5 years, it's been going okay, yeah. I could say. What happened 6 years ago? Something happened, probably, I don't know. I said the first stream was in 2017, so I just wasn't streaming back then. Good grief, thanks my opponent. A mystical dispute. Can I do this cycle because I want to be able to put endurance into play? I can't. Side of DEFCON 24, oh shit. Second spellblock can might just be weak, that is kinda potentially the case. And yes, Moral MLS equals win. Sort of does, but not really. Hmm. Let's dispute, street raves, team wins, outburst. If I play subtlety, it's fine. The opponent doesn't really have anything super great to grab, and the subtlety ends with my graveyards have a bigger graveyard anyways, so they can't living end. What's on this devotion list? Is this mono green splashing for nickel bolas? Ugin's Nexus, Vraska Golari Queen. What does it say? Zrobię to za chwilę, nie mogę tego łatwo wypożyczyć. Pushes. Interesting. What's the deal with Ugin's Nexus? Like just Raska sacrifices it? Why is it in the main deck? Okay, there's another one in the sideboard. To go like card minus Ugin's Nexus. Interesting. Looks trash. Why does it look trash? I don't think it necessarily looks trash. Six creatures is 5 creatures is almost worthless to living in here, but sure. I mean, what they want to achieve. Okay, I guess I should have shuffled the Spence Graveyard because they could have had a creature. It's kind of bad. And we are checkmated now. So it's just looking to draw cyclers. You heard the main game plan of mono green too much with that build. Makes your things better but much worse in your good matchups. Why do you hear the main game plan too much when like you add another powerful main game plan? And what does it have to do against Phoenix? What does this list skip? Nothing really, right? I mean, I wouldn't play the Bolas because that's absolutely unneeded on top of the Nexus and Graskas. Well, it seems kind of ballsy to play Fatal Push, no carry at it whatsoever. Only 3 card too. Okay, well, I guess some cuts are being made, and that's kind of questionable how it looks, but I think the next, like, I don't know. Well, it seems kind of weak, but funny. No good attacks for me. We're in the despair state of the living in mirror. Wait, you listening to Brazilian music? Haha. Yeah, I do. Nine forest for troll, it's low, but fine, I think. And I don't know what this have to do with Phoenix too much. But maybe I just don't understand. Ley lines not being endurances, huh? Maybe I'll just play for endurance or the mirror and not the ley lines. Maybe just that's how it is. GG, yeah, GG, yeah. GG, yeah. Yeah. A sketchy plan, but
He's a phenomenal control player.
Nice stream, Browski.
thank you. You've got a nice stream too. Zborowski poszło, bro. Sort of, yeah. Hmm. Word around the offices, you've got a nice stream. Thanks. This game, I promise it is not result oriented, but I'll play for endurance, not the ley lines anymore. Play main endurance. I think I like subtlety more, it's more generically approachable. This does not look good to me. Good for me. This stack. But I'll tell you the secret, they drew more cyclers, which was pretty good for them. One in chat if you're cringe. Damn. Chat soon to fly with ones. Oh, let's go. 3-2 with living end. I'll cut the Spire Bluff canal. Number 2 for the Fiery Island. I'm kind of curious about it. Ha 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 ha. Ah, toot 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 toot. Damn, what a song, bros. Taking my Visiga line. It's insane. Tomorrow I will come on stream and I will stream Magic. Or I will stream something else, bros. Brace yourselves. And it's gonna be fun time as I will be playing Magics and I'm going to be like blasting Living Ends, Primal Titans, maybe even Ragavans or Ledger Shadders or whatsoever. And it's gonna be good times. You ready? Are you ready? Well, you shouldn't be ready now because it's gonna be tomorrow. Today, well, we blasted, so we're done with blasting. I'll wish you to stay hydrated. And stay hydrated. Draft cans. You can draft cans. You can't. What is it tomorrow? I could see drafting cans. Take care.